Interrupt the buzz and the chat in the room, because isn't that just one of the reasons that you have all come together? A very, very warm welcome to you all. Thank you all for being here. Mackay's Hotel for the Focus North Conference 2025. Can I just check that that is what you're all here for? Everyone's got their orange lanyard. I've even got my orange shoes on, totally on brand. I don't know if you can see them. And it's brilliant to be here. I've really enjoyed the buzz over coffee and everyone coming in. And I realise that there's quite a few of you who I recognise, not just through having been here at this conference the last twice it's been held. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me back. But also through various other bits and pieces of work that I've done with you and your organisations over the years. In case we haven't yet met, my name is Nikki Marr, and I am delighted to be your host. My job here is to steer us through proceedings until 4 o'clock. I'm really pleased to have such a turnout. I don't know if I've ever seen so many chairs in this room. Still one or two gaps to fill, but people are still on their way. And I want if everyone can wave to that camera just over there. We are broadcasting online as well, and you are very welcome, even although you are not here in the room with us. What we have for you today isn't just a broadcast from this stage to whether you're here or whether you're online. What we really have is a call to action. You're here because you have a real interest and a real passionate interest in what is going on right now in the north of Scotland and in the future of the north of Scotland. What we are here to do is to help support the economy, create regeneration, and strengthen the future in the north. My notes here say, with Simon in the room, you will never get away with just nodding along, being here, taking a couple of photos, sticking it on your LinkedIn and saying, fantastic to be here, and then rocking up again and doing the same next year. There are calls to action, and in case you forget what some of those may be, orange posters are right round the room. Today we'll be asking you to reconsider your perspectives and assumptions, to share your questions, to ask questions, and to get involved in a really meaningful and practical way. The future is for all of us, and we all have a responsibility to build it. And these posters around the room will remind you how to get involved. As always, Focus North brings together that triple helix of public sector, private sector, and academia. The purpose is to help develop a fairer, more resilient, and more balanced economy right here. Collaboration and action are the keys to that being achieved. And yes, there are challenges. Nobody is pretending that there aren't. But they're not insurmountable if everyone pulls together and we have that collaboration and that action. I suspect there is already more opportunity here than people in the rest of Scotland and in the rest of the UK understand. And that is the focus of the first part of our conference this morning. So between now and coffee at 20 past 11, I know lots of you have been out getting more and more refills as you go. 20 past 11, folks, you've got an hour and 15 until your next caffeine fix. We're looking at the scale of the opportunity. Some of that opportunity is already underway. We're going to hear from HIE and from Highland Council, and there will be an opportunity for you to put questions to them after they have both spoken. Once we've established the scale of the opportunity, it'll become really, really clear, if it isn't already, that we need more people, more skills, and more talent. And we're better to start looking for that than with the young people of our region. They need us, and we need them. How can that be made to happen? How can we bridge gaps between what you, employers and developers, need and what the young people of the region are really looking for in terms of what they want and what they need? And where is that disconnect, and how can it be bridged? After lunch, it's about action planning. We're splitting the afternoon into two sections. First, we'll hear from actual, real, live young people, can you believe it, about what will help them stay locally, live locally, raise their families locally. And then we'll have a panel discussion and we'll take a snapshot of what is actually happening, of more of the opportunities that are coming down the line, and of what some of those organisations are doing really to help young people and get folk on board. And we're really hoping there that that panel discussion will be open. It won't be, well, we're doing this and it's working really well for us, so we're not going to tell you what we're doing in case you steal our ideas. The whole idea is that all ships will rise. And somewhere in between these two sessions this afternoon, we're really hoping that Derek Brown, the Chief Exec of Highland Council, will be able to join us. He is in Kinlochbervie at the moment. Depends how long he's there, depends how the roads are, but we're really hoping that he might get here at about 3 o'clock. If that all works for you, then just a couple of points of housekeeping. If there is, the fire drills go off, we're not expecting a drill. If the fire alarms sound, then make your way quietly and calmly through the exits. I'm sure you've all been here far more often than I have, so you'll know where the toilets are already, but there's some through here and the rest are out there. Phones on silent, please, just the usual drill, but don't put them away because we're looking to interact with you through the app, which is called Slido. I'm sure most of you have already downloaded that. It was all in the information that was sent to you. If you haven't yet, just go to the App Store on your phone, download Slido. It'll take seconds to do, and then you'll need to put the code in, which may just pop up behind me as if by magic, or may not. I can tell you it's you see, 29292 77, 29292 77, and that will get you to this event. Throughout the day, if you have any questions that you would like to put to the panel, to anybody who's involved, then please do that. Put the questions in. If you can say who the question is for, that would be useful. And if you could also say who you are, that would be useful as well. If you're finding the tech doesn't work, we do still have mics and hands up, and we will do that in the traditional way. One of my roles is to keep us all to time. I'm not going to be able to do that if I keep talking, so I am going to hand over to our real host for today, Focus North. We should have had Simon here, but he is unwell. He's not been able to join us. Simon, of course, is a man of varied careers, boundless energies, limitless passion for the potential of the region here. I'm not saying he's second best, but he is also passionate. He is also embedded and rooted in our community. I'm going to hand you over to HIE's Peter Facenda. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. It's great to be here. I have to say it's a slight surprise for me to be here just at this moment. That wasn't the plan for the day. And as you probably guessed, I'm not Simon. But I hope you all join me in sort of wishing Simon well. He really hasn't been well, and he did try his best to get here today, but he's unfortunately not been able to muster the energy to do so. So I'm looking forward to him coming back at full strength at some point in the future. But in the interim, you've got me. Sorry, folks. Okay, so today we're here. This is the third one of these events we've had as Focus North. And once again, we're trying to just make some changes. We're just trying to ring the changes a little bit, update on what's going on in the region, but also just to remind you who Focus North are, and just to recap on some of the things that we're working on and have done in the last 12 months or so. Okay, so Focus North Partnership, obviously, those are the core partners, which there'll be logos that you all know, and most of the organisations will be very familiar to you. So it is a partnership. That's really important to remember. But the core partners are only just part of the story. We are very embedded in the needs and wants of the region, and as a partnership, we depend on the cooperation and collaboration of that wider stakeholder group. So whilst we don't, we try to be very careful not to overlap with what other people are doing. So for example, with the community planning partnerships, we're very careful to work collaboratively with them to make sure that we're dealing with issues that are probably more economic, whereas they deal with issues that are probably more social. So, but what we rely on is the interaction and input from all of the people in this room and more widely. Our area of focus is, as Nikki touched on, is just what's going on in the region over the next few years. This is a slightly updated version of our tram lines from last year. We've added into it now the Highland Investment Plan, which is going to be unfolding in particular around Thurso for us in this part of the world over the next few years, and Finley's going to be talking about that later on. But you can still see that there's a massive number of projects developing, and that period is sort of from now until the mid-2030s, and that's very local to this part of the world. But in the wider Highlands and Islands, there's also massive opportunities and projects developing, and Martin's going to be talking to that a little bit, that sort of wider picture as well later on. Simon likes to remind me that we are at the centre of these opportunities. Okay, this is where it's happening. The offshore wind is happening offshore because that's where the resource is. Pentland, the Pentland Firth is a massive opportunity for us from a point of view of natural resources, and it is where it is, and we're next to it. So that's part of it. Simon always talks to the fact that if you point to the map and see where we are, it looks like it's a long way from Edinburgh. It looks like it's a long way from London, but actually, those are places that are going to rely on what happens here over the next years for their power and for the resources that are going to be needed for the nation. So we are actually at the centre. In fact, maybe we should have this map sort of slightly redrawn so that we're at the centre of the map rather than what looks like on one of the edges. Okay, a call to action. We're asking people to continue to get involved. Today we're trying to do some slightly different things. Nikki mentioned the fact that we're gathering questions by Slido, so we're trying to use a little bit of new technology. We're very keen to engage more directly with young people. Hence, we've got some of them coming along to actually speak to us today. Part of the reason why we chose to have the conference now is that it took it away from the early part of the year when everybody, for all those younger people, are worried about exams. Okay, so we've chosen to have this later in the year as a result of that. We've tried to do some new things, also engaging with young people sort of in the interim. Obviously, we don't just come along to conferences and talk. So in the interim, and I'll be talking a little bit about what we've done to try and more engage with our young people, hear their voices, and help shape what we're doing by what they see as the needs and wants that they have for the region. So get involved is the cry. A lot of the faces I see in this room are already involved. You know, I see lots of people that I speak to that we're working on particular projects or things, and it's great to see you here today. There's more to do, and with the amount of opportunity that we've got here, it's really important that we continue to work together to do those things, the sort of the routine building of opportunities into things that we can then deliver. Okay, so over the last year, we've run a Net Zero Accelerator. If you remember, Nadeem Shakur was here last year talking about Net Zero Nation. We've now had, we've now had one of cohort has graduated from that, and there's some great stories coming out of that, and hopefully you'll be seeing some feedback from us on what the businesses that have undertaken that have received and have actually achieved as a result of doing that. So that's one. There's a second cohort already underway, which is being run within the Dounreay supply chain, and it's really it's great to see that local businesses are seeing the transition to net zero as being both something that they need to do, want to do, but also that they see as a commercial advantage by operating in that field. We're developing a regional prospectus, and this is something, again, we're asking for help with. This is, we want to have a flexible document that we can use whenever anybody from the region goes to some kind of event or opportunity to promote our area, and we're working on that. So some of you already have heard from us. those of you who haven't, please feel free to contact us if you want something included that that you think we should be promoting as part of the region. The reason for today, one of the real key things that we're trying to do is talk to the next generation. How do we engage them? How do we make them recognise what we see from the partnership as massive opportunities coming to our area? How do we make them as excited about it as we are? How do we enthuse them for the career opportunities that are coming here? How do we make them want to stay here? And you'll see we've done some surveying work, and we'll talk to that later. But how do we engage with those younger people? How do we make it what we see as the exciting opportunities? How do we make it exciting for them? We've got opportunities. So if you're a business, are you able to offer work placements? Are you recruiting young people? Have you got apprenticeships that are coming? That's the challenge. And obviously, the more of opportunities that are available for young people and that are being promoted to those young people, the more of them are likely to want to take up those opportunities. Businesses, if you've got young people in your business, are they engaging with other businesses, and are they promoting what they're doing for you? That's a really important point. And if they aren't, is there something that you can do to improve that? So sharing those success stories is really, really important. There we go. And this is a Simon slide, as you can tell. It's got an orange on it. Despite Nicola's best efforts to get him to remove his orange, he does love an orange. And so it has it as a talking point. It's big, it's bright, and it's orange. But it basically, slightly whimsically, but it is, we're embracing the future. It is bright. I was saying to somebody earlier, it's a shame that somebody's already pinched our tagline. The future's bright, the future's orange. But I think I'm not embarrassed to pinch that. So just enjoy today. We've got our chair of our board is here, our advisory board is here, Raymond. For those of you that obviously know him in that role, please feel free to engage with us and with our board members, and let's build a positive day. Looking forward to the positive future that we're building here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think you have to be careful what you say about Simon, because remember, we are broadcasting online and he's probably watching. Hi, Simon. Orange shoes. We've got a film for you. We have created a 12-minute film of a lot of the wonderful things that are happening here in the region. Now, I say it's a film premiere, but I had a sneak preview of it on Tuesday. It is bright, it is wonderful, there's not that much orange in it, but I really, really hope that it gives you a great flavour of a lot of the opportunity that is already here. Sit back. We've no popcorn, but we do have this film.
This is the North Highlands, a place where world-leading innovation meets breathtaking landscapes, where tomorrow's industries are engineered today. Caithness is shaped by the elements, forged by the mighty North Sea and framed by vast horizons. Over thousands of years of settlement, this landscape has sustained a diverse portfolio of industries, from fishing and farming to oil and gas and nuclear. Today, we usher in a new era, an era that will transform our economy and strengthen our communities. In the decades to come, £100 billion of investment will flow into the Highlands and Islands. As a powerhouse of renewable energy, the North Highlands plays a leading role in that transformation. Wick Harbour, once the busiest herring port in Europe. Today, leisure craft jostle for space on a new marina, while industry hums in the background.
We've acted as an operations and maintenance base for Beatrice, which has been totally transformative for the harbour and for the county in terms of the jobs that it's managed to bring. That's 80 to 90 quality jobs. The great development is going to be floating offshore wind. And that's where we see a lot of our future. But the real development that we're keen on pushing forward with is Shaltigal. And that would give us access to 13 metres depth of water in places. That would be the creation, in effect, of a whole new harbour. It's very hard to be other than enthusiastic and optimistic about the potential, and we're ideally placed to support it.
Wick John O'Groats Airport, the lifeline of our rural economy. Wick and Aberdeen have been connected by air for almost a century, and regular flights continue today with annual investment of £1.3 million from Transport Scotland and the Highland Council. The airport provides essential connectivity for industry, as well as supporting the emergency services and high-quality local jobs. Wick Business Park. North Highland is an enterprising region with a high number of startups and a booming business sector. Highlands and Islands Enterprise has invested over £4 million into 8 new units with flexible layouts and EV charging facilities. Phase 2 will deliver offices, industrial units, storage and trade counters, as well as improved access, walking paths and green space. The North Highlands generates over 12 times the energy it consumes, with offshore wind alone set to deliver 5 gigawatts to the national grid. More than £3 billion in renewables investment over the next 25 years will unlock major opportunities for jobs and infrastructure. Spittal, home to SSEN's Banniskirk development. The construction of a 400 kilovolt substation and high voltage DC converter substation provide essential infrastructure and local job opportunities.
We're here at the Spittal substation today to talk about the proposed Banniskirk hub. As a previous resident of Caithness, I'm really keen that we work with the local community in terms of jobs, not just with SSEN Transmission, but also our framework partners for the future. There are varied jobs that are available with our direct supply chain at the moment. We're also keen to be speaking with companies to see how actually we can work with you and potentially look at growth for your business and capacity increases to support the supply chain throughout and utilise as much local supply chain as possible throughout the project. One of the key things for us in terms of delivering infrastructure within a community is actually working with the community, minimising disruption and maximising the benefits that the work that we are doing has to offer the area.
Grasping all these opportunities means retaining talent and preparing young people for tomorrow's jobs, even those we can't yet imagine. Thurso, Scotland's most northerly town, will soon benefit from a multi-million-pound state-of-the-art new education campus.
The Highland Council has committed to £100 million to redevelop Thurso High School and to create a modern, integrated community point of delivery. And it's about much more than bricks and mortar. This project will bring together education and health and leisure and public services on one campus. It will create a vibrant hub for learning and well-being and community life. But just as importantly, it's an economic catalyst. This investment is part of our wider Highland investment plan. And that plan commits £756 million over 5 years and £2.1 billion over 20 years. And that means jobs in the construction industry, opportunities for local suppliers here and long-term growth for our communities.
We're definitely doing something right. We can see that now. This year has been our highest intake of undergraduate engineering students and also master's students studying engineering. It's really important for us to work in partnership as well. We work very closely with the Chamber, with the Council and with all of our key stakeholders. And there's some great initiatives at the moment helping young people into apprenticeships. There's funding support available through the Chamber and the Future Skills funding. We've also been really lucky across UHI in receiving funding from West of Orkney Wind Farm and other partners, which has allowed us to support STEM coordinator posts. We have one of these here in the north, and they've been really active working with the schools to make young people and parents aware of the opportunities that are coming along.
Scrabster. Over £38 million of recent investment has transformed Thursos Harbour into the North's leading gateway for industry and tourism.
We're entering a really exciting time as offshore wind arrives in the far north. Scrabster is seeking to establish itself as an O&M base, and developers are looking at the far north to base themselves here. When you combine that with continued oil and gas work off the west coast of Shetland, you create a real mixed energy environment. Each pound invested in the harbour multiplies through the local economy, supporting the supply chain, supporting contractors and sustaining jobs in Caithness. We've got a once-in-a-generation opportunity with energy transition, but not just with energy, but with food, with tourism and everything and all the benefits that it brings to the local economy.
NRS Dounreay. Its arrival in the 1950s transformed the regional economy. With an annual budget of more than £200 million, it continues to invest heavily in the local supply chain, also funding skills programmes and apprenticeships to prepare the next generation for the jobs to come.
I am currently training to be a full-time communications officer and also hope to support an apprentice in future years. There are definitely more opportunities available for young people in Caithness. There are more apprenticeships, training opportunities and companies investing in young people in the area.
The Flow Country, the UK's newest UNESCO World Heritage Site, locks away more carbon than all the UK's forests combined.
The Flow Country has been inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it is the best example of a functioning ecosystem, blanket bog ecosystem in the entire world. There are tons of opportunities for peatland restoration and for the ongoing management of the areas that are still in good condition. And all of these activities, the restoration, the management, they need people. They need people with really specialist skill, like skilled machinery operator that can go and block the drains and remove the forestry. Beyond the jobs, the restoration of peatlands themselves can also bring income directly for people, for landowners and for communities that own land with peatland on them. And that's through the Green Finance Initiative. And the Flow Country Partnership is working alongside a number of landowners in the area to try and progress this market as an opportunity to diversify income for people like farmers, landowners and even crofters.
Avonia in Sutherland, chosen to host the UK's first vertical launch spaceport. This project positions the North Highlands at the forefront of a new UK space sector, with potential to anchor high-value jobs, supply chain opportunities and international investment. Harnessing the immense power of the Pentland Firth, offshore wind and tidal energy are turning the North Highlands into a powerhouse of renewable generation and a leader in the just transition to a green economy. We know that change is inevitable and regeneration is possible. The future isn't waiting for us, we are building it.
When I was younger, there wasn't much in Johnny Groats. It was quiet, the shops were closed, but now it's a vibrant hub for tourists and locals and proves that with the right effort, places can be reborn. I applied for the job with Focus North as I could see the challenges facing the region and the fantastic opportunities there were. I wanted to be part of this solution.
The north of Scotland's always been known as a fantastic place to visit. Now it's also a fantastic place to invest. Whether it's offshore wind, onshore wind, peatland restoration, a spaceport, this is the place where everything is happening. The building of the infrastructure that we've been talking about will need hundreds of new people in the short term for construction and then in the longer term to run those facilities over the decades to come. There's never been a better time to invest in the north. There's never been a better time to focus north.
Did somebody just about start clapping there? I think it's probably deserved. Wasn't that just terrific? Can I ask you, quick show of hands, if you're feeling really quite optimistic? Can't just be me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But the job isn't over yet. Talking of jobs, I'm noticing that Raymond Bremner is here, Highland Council and Focus North, and I'm sure he came in wearing a Flow Country jacket as well. Maybe he just nicked it when he was out at an event, but I think that kind of sums up, and I'm not just picking on you, Raymond, sums up that collaborative approach that everybody seems to do an awful lot up here. That film was produced by Kevin Matthews, a local videographer who runs Local Lens Media, and he worked really closely with Nicola Moore from Rebel Creative. She identified the interviewees, lots of you I can see here. She wrote the script, she voiced the script, and she made the edit. So it's very much a local production. Even making the film about how brilliant it is here was done here, showcases the talent that we have. So many takeaways from that. Just a couple of highlights. Wick Harbour, already transformational, and there is more to come with the Shaltogo Basin development. Serious development already in Wick Business Park. More around the corner, and we will hopefully hear more about the new education campus from Finlay before coffee. Debbie said that UHI are tripping over undergrad and master's engineering students, which is brilliant. But does everybody know about those opportunities and that it can be done right here? Do parents really understand it? Do schools as well? Every pound of investment, Ryan told us, in Scrabster Harbour comes back into the community many times over. Dounreay is the 1950s gift that is still giving. And great to see Emma MacDonald there flying the flag for their apprentices. Roxanne from UHI, just brilliant to hear from her as well, talking about the peatlands Flow Country. And she will be part of our panel discussion later this afternoon. Renewable energy, of course, as well, the spaceport. You just saw it. You don't really need me to tell you all about it. But perhaps my favourite contributor in that film, and she's going to hate me for this, was Vicky Rosie, there she is, who works for Focus North. She's a young people who wanted to be part of the solution for this corner in the world in which she grew up. And she cannot be the only one. So it's about making sure that the opportunities that are here are matched with the young people that are here. And I was really struck by a line in that, Nicola, that I hadn't really noticed the first time that I watched it, was that we need to prepare our young people for jobs that we can't even imagine. And that is so true. And just a little bit from my own personal experience, I have a daughter who went to university to study biomedical engineering, something that I really couldn't quite imagine because I was much more words than science at school. But she's now running an AI division for a global AI division for a company based in the Highlands, and who even knew that that would be a job? So she's telling me that I really need to get with the programme as far as AI comes. And I think, yeah, that's fine. I'll do it when I've got time. And then I remember that it's supposed to save me time. Talking of time, it is marching on. A lot of the projects that were highlighted in that film have only come to fruition thanks to work and investment by Highlands and Islands Enterprise and, of course, the Highland Council. Soon we'll hear from Finlay MacDonald, Highland Council's Chief Officer for Property and Assets. But first, to talk about the scale and outline of economic investment in the region and how we can use everything that we have just seen in that video as a catalyst for growth and improvement. Please join me in welcoming Martin Johnson, HIE's Director for Strategy. Martin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Over to you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Good morning. So my name's Martin Johnson, and it's my absolute pleasure to be with you today. Sometimes it's not great to follow on, but what a brilliant video to follow on. It's a brilliant sort of segue into some of the things I'm going to talk about. So I'm here today to talk about some of the opportunities that we think, that we understand, are coming our way. So I'm going to talk about three things. A little bit about what the research was, very, very briefly, just to set the scene. Importantly, what does it tell us? And then arguably even more importantly, largely why we're here today, so what? What are we doing based on that understanding? So those of you in the room that have heard me talk about this before know that I start by quoting the parable of the three blind men, which was to say that Highland Council, HIE, Scottish Government, other local authorities, we all knew that big stuff was happening around our region, but none of us had the feel for what does big look like. So what we undertook to do was a piece of research to go and look at those sectors that we knew were planning large capital investments. So firstly, a little bit of what this didn't cover. So this doesn't cover what the public sector is doing, and we'll hear after I've finished from Finlay to give a flavour of that, and didn't pick up some of the sectors that weren't planning very significant capital investment. So there's nothing in here about the tourism sector or food and drink, for example. Not to say that they're not important, just that they didn't fit the profile of what we were looking at. So we set out to look at those sectors doing big capital investments to get a feel for what's going on. So what did it tell us? So what it told us is if the private sector, everything goes the way that the project owners want, they're looking to invest over the next 15 years about £100 billion of capital around the Highlands and Islands. Now, you're all bright people, you probably know what that means, but I didn't. So I said to the council, well, give me a feel. What does 100 billion look like? I know it's a big number. So they came back to say, well, over 15 years between 1965 and 1980, given that we're looking ahead 15 years, then when the oil and gas sector was investing around the UK continental shelf, they invested something like 77 billion. So, and that's in current figures. So we're looking at the possibility of something like the oil and gas boom that some people of a certain age will remember, and even the young people in the room will know about what that kind of felt like and meant. So what does that start to translate to? Well, this is in two parts. There will be the sort of the development, the construction, the implementation phase, and then there will be once it sort of becomes steady state and ongoing operations and maintenance. So what that would mean, and during the construction phase, what the economists use is a job year. So one person works full-time for 1 year, that's one job year. So it's a measurement of sort of employment effort. And that's estimated to be up to 114,000 job years. And at its peak, something like 16,000 jobs during the construction phase of the projects around the region. And once it settles down to steady state, then something like 18,000 new full-time equivalent jobs being added to the region's economy. And the bottom right one I'll come back to, but what that means is that should add something like 77 billion to the economy of the region, to Scotland and to the UK, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Now, this just sort of gives, well, where's this investment coming from? And this slide says the same thing in two different ways, that chart on the left just sets it out by letters and numbers, and then the pie chart on the right. But fundamentally, this is coming from green energy. This is coming from onshore wind, offshore wind, pump storage, hydro, and some of the key enabling infrastructure. So what we're talking about today, what we're talking about fundamentally, is from the green energy. Other things too, like space, like the blue economy, but fundamentally and massively from the green energy. So looking at that sort of workforce, then there are, I suppose, three questions. The first is, well, how many people and where will they be? So this sets out the same thing in two ways. So this is by ward, and it's an estimate of what will be the relative increase in the working age population by ward. The deeper the colour, the greater the increase. But overall, we can see that during the construction phase, an increase of something like 6% of the working age population. And once it gets to steady state, then something like a 5% increase in the working population. So what that means, another way of putting this, is we are looking at the possibility of a repopulation of the Highlands and Islands. I'll let that sink in. Now, linked to people, then there's skills. Well, how are we going to provide that workforce with the skills that's going to be needed? And I'll talk a bit of that in a couple of slides' time. But that's a key strand to the so what knowing that. And Skills Development Scotland are kind of leading that on behalf of the region, and are doing an excellent job in that, which I'll talk to in a little bit. So if it's about people and skills, and I'll come back to skills, then where are people going to live? So we tried to do an assessment of, well, what is the current known sort of demand and supply for housing? This is a bit of a black art, and this is what local authorities have to grapple with all the time. This is not scientific. But based on what developers, builders, local authorities, planners understood, then what extra would this mean? And you can see from the slide that we think that this might mean an additional, over and above what was planned, 11,000 or so accommodation, houses and flats. And that brings with it its own opportunities, but absolute challenges. Well, how do we do that? So what are we going to do with it? Well, firstly, let me just guide your eye on this slide. So down the vertical are the things I've been talking about in terms of investment, during the construction phase, full-time employment. And that top row is what I sort of set out, that if everything goes the way that the project owners want, that's what it looks like. Now, the real world probably isn't like that. And there's two rows I'm going to draw your attention to. The third one down, snappily titled Scenario 1, when the consultants were out speaking to the project developers, and given that so much of this is about green energy, we were asking what's key? What's the key enablers? What's the key barriers? What has to go right? And what Scenario 1 sets out is the importance of the grid. I mean, fundamentally what we're talking about is people producing electrons, and then they're asking, how do I take it to market, and what will I get paid? That fundamentally drives the opportunity that's set out in the top row and I've spoken about. So that's to do with the grid. And the grid is in two parts. One, does the grid physically exist? So is there a grid I can move my electrons on? And the second part is the operation, the market of what's it going to cost me to use the national grid. On the former, the first part of the grid, well, Scottish and Southern Electric Transmission, their board have taken a decision to invest up to 22 billion in the grid in the north of Scotland. So that work is underway, and if you drive around Highland, you're starting to see some of the major sort of work camps being developed to do that. And just by the way, with Scottish Power, the south of Scotland, between those two organisations, they're investing up to 50 billion in infrastructure around Scotland over the next 5 years. That is huge, huge. The second part, so the first part of the grid is there, it's being built. The second part of the grid is the operation of it, and that's where things are not progressing as fast as industry want. And that's to do with the UK government and the review of the electricity market. And there are key things, key technical things in there that are not going as fast as industry would need or as we would like to see. Now, my take is the UK government are committed to unlocking this economic opportunity for the UK. We're focused on our region, of course, and it'll come. But they're talking about 2028 before they'll get through the reform of the electricity market, which is a couple of years at least away from now. That's one thing. Still, we looked at all these things and we came up, well, what do we think? When we look into our crystal ball, what do we think we're actually looking at over the next 15 years? And that's even more snappily titled status adjusted. So that's what we think we're looking at, not the full boona of if everything goes industry's way, nor the scenario one because of things that are happening. That's what we think that we're talking about. Still, absolutely an enormous amount of investment, huge amounts of jobs, massive increase in population, and all that drives. So essentially the last slide from me. So we know all that, so what? What are we doing with it? Well, there was, is, and needs to be a huge amount of collaboration. You know, that, in effect, is what today is about. What do we need to happen? What particularly needs to happen up around Caithness and Sutherland? As, you know, what are the jigsaw pieces that we need as our piece of the jigsaw is fitted together? So a lot of collaboration going on between HIE and the local authority with Skills Development Scotland and others. There's a lot happening locally. There's a lot happening at the local authority level. There's a lot happening regionally and nationally, both at the Scottish and the UK government level. Given that some of the things that we're trying to resolve and put in place proper place-based plans for, to enable the private sector to do what they want to do and need to do, a lot of the levers don't sit within locally or within the region, they sit with government. I mentioned people and skills, and I mentioned Skills Development Scotland. So about a year ago, the Deputy First Minister said to Skills Development Scotland, I want you to work with the local authorities, HIE, and the University of Highlands and Islands to come up with a place-based plan that allows us to deliver the workforce with the skills that's needed. So Skills Development Scotland have been taking that forward. It's called Workforce North, that's the name of the initiative, and they've done a really good job on that, and there'll hopefully be a chance through today to maybe get some questions and some answers on what that looks like. So Skills Development Scotland, working with industry, working with the public sector, have got a plan in place, and we understand that government is going to put some money on the table to make that happen, which is hugely exciting. So there is a plan. It will have to iterate in terms of how are we going to deliver the workforce. Transport is key. How are we going to move people? How are we going to move material around? Some of that's to do with the roads, some of that's to do with rail, some of the air. You know how we move people and things around, no point in me listing. That's key. That doesn't really exist within the region, so that's very much about us in the room, us at the sort of Highland Council level, us regionally, lobbying Transport Scotland to say these are the investments that the region needs. Let me take a step back. So that 77 billion that I mentioned, that sort of the sort of value being added to the economy, that's absolutely enormous. There's nothing else, no other part of Scotland or probably the United Kingdom over this time frame that has got this new additive economic growth. This is an election year in Scotland, so those that are better placed than me are lobbying government hard, and the politicians of all flavours, to say, this is what the region can offer Scotland. These are the investments we're going to need. So this next 6 months is a particularly important time for people in the audience, collectively, with the partnership, to lobby for what is needed, because it's an investment in Scotland, in the UK, to deliver huge economic growth. Housing, really important. We'll maybe hear a little bit of that from Finlay after I come off in about a minute. But that's really, really important. Even housing, it's really complicated. I'm not being condescending when I'm saying that, but to grow the construction sector, to build houses, you need people, you need skills. So where are the people and the skills going to come from? And if you're trying to grow the workforce to build houses, where are they going to live? So this is a really complicated area that we're working hard to try to resolve and to break the sort of deadlock there. So there's a lot of work going on with the construction sector representatives, the training body, UHI, to try again to look at that almost as a microcosm of everything else that I'm talking about. Infrastructure, some of that's to do with the grid, I've mentioned that, some of that's to do with things at the port. So HIE, we've been very busy investing in the ports, supporting the ports investment to get ready, because for us to achieve the economic opportunity that we're looking for, we'll need that interface between the land and the sea, given that so much of this is going to be offshore. A lot of this is about working with businesses, because this ranges from bars of soap and welly boots all the way up to sophisticated, huge items of equipment passing through professional services in the middle. So how do we help businesses become aware of the opportunity, the sheer scale of it, and help them gear up in time? And planning is vital. A lot of this is going to be about place-based planning, so spatial planning. So what's going to happen in and around Wick? Where will the houses need to come from? What road infrastructure will we need? How do we do that? And that's a huge challenge for the planners, because they're really, really busy and they're very short in people. It's a national problem that we have. And I guess the final point for me is about communication. That's partly why I'm here today, presenting to you, just to raise awareness of that, to engage with people on the opportunities, but also there will be people that will not want the kind of change that I'm talking about. And we have to be very respectful to people that either don't understand and have got the wrong end of the stick, or that are fundamentally not for that change. So it is about communicating to the audience at large. It is about certain sectors, and it is also about listening to people that don't want some of this change for very good reasons. That's really me. That's the summary. It's a huge opportunity for here, for Highland area, for the region, for Scotland, for the UK. It is an absolutely enormous opportunity that is facing us, not without challenges, but if there's one thing that we're good at, it's overcoming challenges. So thank you. Do you want to sit in the audience?
Just take a seat in the audience, yes. My goodness, thank you. So much information there, and I'm really impressed by how complex that situation. This is going to sound really patronising, but it's an incredibly complex situation, and even that sort of catch-22 is we need construction workers to build the houses that people are going to live in, but where are they going to live in while they're building the houses? I mean, all of these things are incredibly, incredibly complex, but that is the scale of the opportunity. I grew up in Stonehaven, and I was at school in the 70s and the 80s, and I know that the opportunities that were there for oil and gas. I also know how many folk I was at school with have retired now with holiday houses here, there and everywhere, and more cars than they know how to drive in a single day. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what we should be aiming for, but my goodness, what an opportunity there really is. And that's even looking at the same figures on that. Phenomenal. Martin is going to hang around. There's 2 seats on stage. One of those will be his just after we have heard from our next speaker. Highland Council's investment plan is bold in its ambition, and why not? We deserve ambition. Raymond Bremner gave us the figures in that video that we saw just a wee bit earlier. 756 million over 5 years, 2.1 billion over 20 years. Philip MacDonald is the Chief Officer for Property and Investments at Highland Council. He should know his way around because he's actually worked in property and management for the council since 1996. I am delighted that he is here to share his experience, and from that perspective, a little bit about the local implications of the investment plan and its ability to attract match private funding. Please, Finlay, the stage is yours. Thank you. And you'll just stay on after and, for questions.
Yeah, I'm going to. So, good morning, everybody. That was a great presentation to follow up on what we're going to talk about in regards to the Highland Council. So, for me personally, Chief Officer of Property and Assets, I've got 256 technical staff that support me in delivering circa £150 million worth of projects across Highland. That includes new schools, refurbishments, housing improvements for our tenants. So there already is a lot of investment happening. We're talking about the how and the why, but we already do that, so we are established. And for my team, certainly there's a decentralised remit, so it's not about having a core group of people based in Inverness. We have got staff in Wick, we've got staff in Thurso, so that's my drive in ensuring we've got the skills distributed around Highland and growing that. We also have a cohort of graduates and apprentices working for the council, so that's a pleasing point for me to see young people getting the opportunity to develop their skills going forward on the significant projects that we will be taking forward for the future. So what do I deliver? What do I get responsibility for? What do I get the pelleters for in the press? What do we get the plaudits for? Nice to get the plaudits, but I take the pelleters too. So it's asset management and property maintenance. We have to maintain 1,000 buildings across Highland, some of them good, some of them bad. And we'll talk about how we actually reduce that number of buildings going forward. Community schools, currently we have got 10 almost at handover stage. It's one of the biggest passive house projects in Scotland right now. We've taken 4 schools and putting them into one site. Exciting project for us. A lot of people watching the project. It's a learning estate investment project, and it will take in £3 million per annum once it's completed to the council to maintain that facility going forward. So it's important that we're bidding for funding in the future from Scottish Government in the next phase of school improvement projects as well. Housing projects, Martin talked about, the challenge for us is 24,000 houses. How do we build that? Where do we get the skills? So it's no mean feat to actually deliver that, but that's what we need to support the projects Martin was talking about there. We have a call for sites across Highland, and that's being evaluated right now on what will that mean, how do you work with developers, getting these houses built, but the skill shortage is certainly challenging. So it's down to us to actually train people, get people to Highland to deliver these projects. And more recently, I've taken on responsibility for our project design unit, which delivers new roads and bridges across the Highland estate. Certainly a new one to me. We've got a few projects on the go right now. Neighbour Bridge, working our way through that, and there's some new roads projects in the offing as well. So really exciting for what I do anyway. I feel we're kind of connecting communities across Highland right now in the work we do on the infrastructure projects, and that's my driver for change, is making these connections, speaking to people, what do people need, where's the investment required, spending the money in the right places. So hopefully there's slides today. So just a few slides to go through. So I'm talking about our key drivers and outcomes. The Highland Investment Plan, which is, I've talked about it earlier today, but for me this is the best part of my career ever in regards to what Highland Council has put on the table. Raymond's talked about the sort of £2 billion plus over the next 20 years. That was unforeseen 3 years ago. What a fantastic outcome for us all in the room going forward. It really, really is. Our new community pods about pooling services together across Highland makes sense. The new Thurso Transformation Delivery Group, which is great to have that group up and running now. Thurso Map of Opportunities. Our Highland Investment Projects, I'll just set these out in detail. The Council is looking at a new future operating model as well to align itself with the Highland Investment Plan, and then the next steps for Thurso. So for us as Highland Council, what's our key drivers and outcomes? What are we focusing on for the future? We've heard about place planning, so we are about place planning now. We're not about building just one building in a location. It's about looking at all the maps, all the opportunities, all the buildings, all the services. How can we come together, all organisations, Scottish Government, NHS, UHI, everyone to come together, and can we actually share premises? We're all facing the same challenge in regards to funding, and for community delivery, it makes sense to have one-stop shops. Who wouldn't go for that? But I appreciate if we come out of buildings, either we have to demolish them, repurpose them, and there's housing opportunities in these buildings that we're coming out of for the future. Repopulating the Highlands, no doubt about it. We just heard about the challenge and what people are going to need. We have to have an eye on that. How do we achieve that going forward? And growing the economy. So with all the investment we've heard about from Martin, from Highland Council, £2 billion investment plan, fantastic. Real growth coming. And that's about us pushing for local jobs located in the areas, not people coming into the area and taking the money down the road. Invest in the area, sustain the future for us all. And local supply chains, Highland Council already supports a number of contractors who get regular work from us. It's how do we increase that? How do we give one-person companies the opportunity to work for the future, see growth ahead for them, to employ people, apprenticeships, etc. for the future. So part of the investment plan is that. What does that mean? How do we make that work? And as I mentioned, I've talked about infrastructure. So for local opportunities, what does that really mean in real terms? So it is about roads, bridges, schools, our depot estate. Unfortunately, we've got probably the worst depot estate in Scotland, and we're about to start changing that. Certainly for the Caithness area, we're doing a review of the buildings there, and we will replace dilapidated buildings to give people better places to work from, and that'll encourage people then to apply for jobs for us, having better locations to work from, fit for purpose. A real challenge for us. Housing I've mentioned, and tourism certainly. Visitor centres and leisure facilities are key for well-being, health, ensuring there's places for people to relax and enjoy the Highlands when they actually get here. So, Highland Investment Plan, what is that magic we're actually talking about here? So what we've done, members have actually agreed to take 2% of our council tax and actually put that 2% as revenue, which equates to about £3 million, and that allows us then to borrow approximately £50 million per annum going forward to support our existing capital programme. So the people in the Highlands, it's the people in the Highlands that are actually delivering and supporting this fund going forward, which is great. For me, at the moment, I've got £388 million being allocated to current projects, which, as I said, it's fantastic for our teams, fantastic for our communities going forward. We also have £59 million for roads, which, let's face it, they really are needed. So for the roads teams, yeah, great, let's get the resurfacing done. Let's get better connections for people coming to Highland. And our existing capital programme, as I mentioned earlier, we spend over 100 million at the moment spending on investment projects for housing and schools, etc. So that will be rolled into the HIP going forward. So future capital reports will just pull all that information together. So people looking for information will find it all in one place going forward. Housing challenge I mentioned, 24,000 houses. We're looking at system builds. Can we work with suppliers to actually set up in Highland? Is that a possibility? Why couldn't we? Why could we not have a factory turning out modular buildings, timber frame houses? So these discussions are ongoing right now. National and local partners on co-location opportunities, as I mentioned, place planning means co-locating. Scottish Government are working with us closely on how they can share premises with us, so that's what we're doing, as well as other partners, police, fire, etc. Makes sense. And we now have a project delivery partner who are Hub North Scotland, so they've come on board with us to actually look at getting the supply chain in place, which we have had some success on in regards to the current projects that have been approved by our members in the council. So what does that mean in regards to our new community pods? So community pods is about taking services into one location to deliver for people, hopefully at one site. We've had discussions with NHS who are keen because they've got a funding shortfall over the next few years. They're saying, yeah, we're keen to work with you. We could put clinics into your schools. So yeah, they're actually having discussions with us now to see, can we make that work with you? And why not? If you can go to a school for whatever business and clearly education, you could also get your hospital appointment in the same location. So again, it saves journey time. Families going together to one location makes sense. So where are we with our pods? So in reality, we have £20 million allocated for our new Beaulieu Primary School. We're currently looking at land options there, designs underway. So that's happening right now, thanks to the members and the people of Highlands. So for Beaulieu, great news to have a dilapidated school being replaced. Broadford Primary, we've got planning approved for Broadford Primary, so a new primary school going in. That will also include the service point as well, and the library. So a bit more community pod beginning to work into these locations for people. And Charleston Academy, you've probably seen that in the press. It's reinforced autoclave concrete, a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. We've done reinforcement work to the structure, so we will be replacing that over the next 5 years. £80 million allocated, so we've currently started work on the design for the new Charleston Academy and associated pod as well. Dingwall Primary and St Clements, so people in Dingwall kind of had marched up the hill a few times to get a new St Clements, and it's been certainly paraded locally in Dingwall, Highland, etc. And they said it'll never happen, but I'm going to take pride in having a set of keys over to the community when we build that new St Clements school, combined with a new Dingwall Primary. So people were pushing for a single school. Members have approved funding, £50 million to build a primary as well as St Clements, all on the one site, as well as other partners joining us. So what a success. I appreciate people don't believe it. We talked about communication there. It's about communication and including people so they understand what's happening, where it's happening, get involved with what we're doing. Dunvegan Primary, so but hard on the heels of Broadford, we will be putting in a new school at Dunvegan as well. It's not in the best shape, and we are currently at a tender stage with Dunvegan, so that's progressing at the moment, working with the community as well. Tornagrain, new site on a new development outside Inverness, so we're at design stage with that project as well, and that will happen within the next 5 years too. We're looking at a partial refurb of Portrose Academy, which has got pretty poor condition buildings at the back of it, so design work underway, 24 million there. And Inverness High School, very old building, part listed, 1970s extensions, poor condition, they'll get knocked down and be replaced in Games Hall, etc. going forward. And saving the best for last, I would say today, so we're actually putting £100 million, as Raymond mentioned earlier, into Thurso High and associated schools. So the message for me today is a great one, saying we are currently working on that project, and we'll start a bit more consultation with the communities going forward. So 2 years ago, that was just an impossible dream. Here we are today saying, yeah, members have agreed it, we'll fund it through the Highland Council, and it's going to happen. So significant benefits for the future. So we will take a report to October Council, and we'll just highlight the work that's been done recently on the new Thurso Transformation Delivery Group, and it's great to have so many organisations engaged with us, looking at what and how and where we can come together as a group. A number of the partners in the room today, which is fantastic, and we're opening the door to say, look, Highland Council is not just going to go down the road and build one single new facility. We want to hear from organisations, where can we share facilities, how can we transform the opportunity for Thurso on one location. Now, there'll be various options taken forward, and we'll work with the group in regards to developing that, and that will take a bit of time, but it is happening. So by all means, if we'll certainly get communication out over the next 4 weeks on who's in that group, and we certainly welcome input from the people in the room and others going forward on how we actually make this happen. So for that group, for Thurso, we're certainly looking at the opportunity of being linked to the UHI, the new primary schools, key worker housing we've mentioned, but it is key. There's graduates, etc., that do need accommodation locally, and it's not available. So how can we repurpose buildings we're coming out of? There's an opportunity there. We had a meeting last week with Scottish Government. There is a funding grant available for the next 5 years, so we're right in there. We're having dialogue with them to look to see what we can get for Thurso and its surrounding areas for that key worker housing. So hopefully a good outcome for us going forward on that. Caithness Depot pod I mentioned, so again, bringing partners together on a new depot, and looking at office accommodation, leisure facilities, and the partner opportunities to share these premises going forward, which I look forward to. So when we're talking about place planning, we just put this map up. Sorry about the text, it's quite small, but it just highlights the problem we all have as organisations, that we're delivering various services in every location across Highland, but you can see how spaced out these buildings are. So what can we do to improve on that? So I think because everyone's facing the funding challenge they're actually opening the doors and saying, yeah, well, NHS is saying, well, we could share premises, you could have touchline space with us to come in and actually stop and use a space. That hasn't happened before, but the dialogue's opening up. So a positive there moving forward. So our challenge here is to reduce that map in the future, but to make sure we either demolish or repurpose these sites, either for housing or for other options. We don't want to leave derelict sites. We've still got a bit of pain coming out of some sites in Wick, I appreciate that, but going forward we will not do that. We have to have an option set out in these projects going forward. So that kind of demonstrates the sort of scale of the problem that we have at times as separate organisations. But for me, the call today is for the partners, we are engaged, we are engaging, continue engaging, let's make it better for Thurso. And it's all about jobs. Let's not spend money on buildings where we don't have to. Let's spend it on jobs, careers. That's what it's about, on housing. So our progress to date on our pods, so we've got a number of place planning and reviews in place. We're carrying out one in Dingwall, we're carrying the one out in Thurso, that's in progress. We're engaging with our own internal services. You'd be surprised at the resistance within the council at times of people saying, well, no, that's my building, that's my hat, that's my space, that's my area. I'm not sharing it. There's a complete mindset that has to be tackled going forward within the organisation, let alone partner organisations. So we're working on that, and we have to convince hearts and minds that it's for the greater and good. We have to move forward and reduce, as I say, that space we occupy for the right reasons, but give people something better and don't make it worse going forward. We'll continue with engagement with local and national partners, and we have now, as I mentioned, through Hub North Scotland, we have engaged consultants through them in regards to all the HIP projects. So that's us engaging project managers, architects, quantity surveyors, structural engineers, CDM officers, just to take our list of projects that I showed you earlier forward for the future. So we're making these things happen. We're not sitting back. We've got approval in March. We've got a chief executive that's driven to support what the members expect us to deliver. So we're fighting on with that to make it happen across Highland. Plus side is it'll be managed by the council team. So we've got a responsibility. I've got a big responsibility to make sure this happens and make sure we get what we want and it's delivered to the timescales we agree on. So touch slightly on future operating model. Sorry, Nicky, I'm running over time here a wee bit, but so we've been tasked with certainly looking at reducing the number of assets that we hold and also looking at a new operating model for the council, and that's services, reviewing what they do, how they do it, where they do it, can they change what they do, and that's a big ask for people that have been doing a job for 20, 30 years. However, that's what we have to do. Are you doing the right thing? Is it adding value? If not, do we redesign it? And members are supporting us in that process as well. So that's what, for us, the future operating model will be about. I mentioned about having more jobs and less buildings. Why wouldn't we? And we have to be flexible in the new buildings we produce. So in schools, we have to have secure areas. We're not going to open the doors to anyone, but secure areas for common meeting spaces. Why not have a meeting space in a school that we can have local meetings on? I mean, it's so difficult at times to get access to buildings. We need to change that, make them more effective. We're putting big investments into communities. They just can't be for education only. So we change that going forward. And we have got buy-in from the NHS. They are keen to work with us going forward and put funding on the table as well for the right reasons. And that's at Scottish Government level as well. So Thurso, next steps. So we are working together to look at finalising the options for the community pod. That'll include schools, depots, and working with UHI, HIE, NHS and partners. We are currently developing options for key worker housing and grads. So we're in that space right now, trying to just nail down that funding I talked about earlier. We will have public consultation events, and if I can get a turnout like this, I'll be delighted, and we'll be posting that in various media areas. Because we do want people to come and talk to us and tell us, what do you want to see? What's the art of the possible? We won't be able to deliver everything, but we want people to be involved, and that's key to the success of the new Thurso community pod going forward. So from today, we're saying that we're targeting delivering the new Thurso campus by 2030. Maybe a slight tall ask, 2030, 31, but that's the target we've been set, and that's what we're currently working to. It's challenging given the amount of construction that I've shown you earlier in regards to the number of buildings we're going to be constructing around Highland. So give or take a few months potentially, but we will keep people engaged, communicated with on what we're actually doing. But that's what we're looking at, 2030. £100 million investment. For me, it's at times unbelievable. We just can't wait to get on and deliver this for the people in Thurso and the north. Thank you, everyone.
My goodness, more optimism. Who would have thought? This is not very Scottish at all. Thank you very, very much for that, Finlay. And you'll see that we've been joined by Martin again on the stage. We've got Vicky, who I think has got a microphone. Vicky, right here. We've got 3 minutes. I'll give you 5 for questions because the coffee will be brewing. They're here. They're in the room. They're investing. They're listening. They're talking. They're putting their money where their mouths are, putting our money in some cases. Yeah, our money. What do you want them to do with that? What do you like that you've heard? What do you want to ask them? What do you want them to know about what's important to you, your organisation, you personally? What do you want to say to them? They're here right now. Don't be shy. Don't ask them over coffee. Hands up. Come on. Chop, chop. Yes, a question from the gentleman right at the back. Chop, chop, Vicky.
Willie McGillivray, Chair of New Thurso Community Council. We're looking forward to working with you on the pods and the various concerns that we have, which we will feed in. One of which is the transportation and the roads network around Thurso High School. So will that be taken into proper consideration? And maybe alternative roads, the Thurso bypass, that type of things might fall into that whole project.
Thank you very much, William. Do you want to take that one, Finlay? I think the mic should be on.
Thanks, Willie. Yeah, thanks for the question. There'll certainly be a transport assessment as part of the project, and we will look at the impact on whatever, because there'll be statutory consultations on any move of schools into one location. And that part of that process, we'll be looking at the transport impact. So we will be looking at, I can't guarantee a bypass today, but the assessments will be done as part of the project, and that'll be transparent and reported as part of the project going forward.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, gentleman right in the corner over there. Maybe get you to pass the microphone along if you can. Thank you, Deirdre.
Hi, thank you. I was really interested to hear both of you talking about the growth opportunities and the new opportunities for new facilities. How well do you talk to each other? Will there be suitable facilities for the increase in population with the uplift in skills required in these new facilities? Is there a good tie-in there as well? Because it's like you're talking about really good things with the place, and then I'm like, just want to know that you talk to each other, really.
Thank you. Good question. That's part of it. I think what I'm talking about, the Thurso Transformation Delivery Group, where that group are keen, HIE, UHI, looking at what does that mean, how can we accommodate each other's wants and needs going forward to make the link. So you almost got an education corridor from 0 to 65, if you want to call it that. So yeah, how do we actually then, I suppose, co-locate, work together, understand what does that mean for delivering these type of services to people in the area. So we are talking right now, and we'll continue to talk to make sure we do the best we can with the budgets that we have available, certainly. Good question.
And Martin is nodding along in agreement, so I don't think it's just Finlay doing all of the talking. Any more questions? Because I actually have one for Martin. Yes, we have a hand up at the back there.
It was just kind of about the NHS. Is there going to be more sort of clinics or specialised departments to deal with the influx of people coming up?
Martin.
So that's partly why we did this piece of work, is to know what does big look like and then what do we need to do. So absolutely what I was talking about, it's in the public domain. We've shared it across all the partners. So as Finlay is saying, I mean, we in the public sector, we talk to each other all the time. There are structures and forums to do that. So I'm not from the NHS, neither is Finlay, but I'm sure that they're looking at this as part of how they develop their business. So I'm sure they're looking at it.
Thank you very much. 2 questions here. Vicky? The gentleman, Wick Harbour Board.
Finlay, you've set a very high bar with your integrated approach to Thurso. The development opportunities are right across the north. How do we see that fantastic piece of work that you're emphasising for Thurso? How do we see that spread, and when will we see it spread?
Okay.
You're on. Nice. If you pop it up nice and close.
Yes, so for us, we're doing that area place planning. So we will look across Highland, as I mentioned earlier, in regard to what does that place planning actually mean in regard to service delivery. It's been difficult at times getting organisations to talk, I think, but from the learning we'll achieve from the Thurso project, I expect then others to fall into place in regards to saying, well, there's a model. Now, every area is going to be different. I appreciate that with geography and buildings that people do have. But I think people realise that there's a catalyst here. Things do need to change. We can't be so isolated in the future with regards to service delivery. And why would we? Certainly the NHS have realised that. And we had a visit down to the Central Belt looking at what they've done. And they've done exactly that in regards to the NHS services. Right beside a primary secondary school is the actual clinics centre. So you walk in one door, on the right hand side is the school, left hand side is NHS. But it's getting the partners to talk and to understand what is their sort of operating models for the future looking like, what investment are they bringing, how can we work together. Now there's challenges all around in regards to funding, and historically we would just go along, get the money for a new school, build a new school. It might be a community school, but we wouldn't have this kind of no stone unturned approach to say, well, as I showed up on the map for Thurso, actually where is everyone operating from? Knocking on the door saying, what are you doing? Now we're knocking on the door of the Scottish Government and they're saying, actually we've got a building for 20 people and 2 people work out of it. Yeah, we'll gladly work with you. Can we get a space? And we're doing that right now in Portree with a transformation project there, demonstrator project, where we've got partners from other organisations coming into Tyneside and Portree as a demonstrator project, part funded by the Scottish Government, £800,000 grant to take services to work together on one site. So it's establishing that model. That's my driver certainly, and it's the members' driver as well, to make sense in a location of what does future service look like. We've achieved it here slightly in Caithness House in regards to taking DWP, social services, housing services, planning all into one building. That's just one slice of what we could do together. And I think the public would support that. Why do you want to bounce around all over the place? And my argument would be, if we're not spending on buildings, spend it on jobs and training to deliver services differently. So yeah, it's ambitious, but you need to have ambition. Why wouldn't you? Doing the same thing over and again is just going to give us what we currently have, and we seriously do not have the funding to do what we do have with the ageing buildings that we have in our estates. But it hasn't been easy. I appreciate people do protect their fiefdoms and what they have, but there's certainly a sea change that's been certainly welcome, and Thurso have enjoyed it, enjoyed the partners that have come to the table and sat down with us. And vice versa, I think that they're seen as a change in Highland Council's view, and yeah, come with us, let's see what we can do together. And government are watching this as well, saying, okay, Highland are doing this, how's Highland managing to do this? So I've got meetings with 2 other councils in 4 weeks' time. They're saying, well, what are you doing, how are you doing it, how are you funding it, how are you changing? But hearts and minds are already set. People do want change for the right reasons, and we have to be the catalyst and provider to do that. And we're open for business. We want to work with people.
Sounds fair to me. It sounds fair to me. I've got a very quick. Oh, sorry, the gentleman here had a quick question, and then I'm conscious that we're already eating into coffee time. So yes, if you.
I'll manage without coffee for a while longer. Yes, sorry. How are you going to improve community involvement in the development of these points of delivery? Because I'm thinking back to the charrettes we had for planning in Thurso years ago, and then the huge community involvement we had with the NHS redesign, neither of which seemed to have resulted in anything concrete for us in the area. And I just really think you need something like a series of town hall meeting type things to get the public involved, because an awful lot of people don't know the hell what's going on.
I think you mentioned that, actually. One of the slides was that you will be having public consultation meetings, and I think your word was if we get a turnout like this, it'll be fantastic.
That's right. So, yeah, great question. So we certainly want to have people involvement, and we will be advertising these events to take. And my kind of view is try and have, if we have if we're running over a day, so we have maybe a 10 till 12, maybe a 2 till 4, then maybe a 5 till 7. So just because so many people are busy with life generally, but if we can run sessions, give a presentation, overview of what we'd like to do, and give people the opportunity to at least come into 3 sessions on a day, but have clearly more than one day. But it was mentioned by Martin about communication in a slide, that communication, and I spoke to Councillor Bremner earlier about, if we don't communicate, we just leave a vacuum. Vacuum creates speculation and negativity. So, you know, that's part of my role, is ensuring that we're getting information out. So part of the Thurso Transformation Development Group, the partners on that recognise that too, and it's discussions Peter and I have had in regards to, let's get that communication aligned, and Magnus as well, going forward, aligned with the same information. So we're not breaking out with, well, the council said this, but Peter Facenda said that. Gee, was HIE said this. No, let's get a common comms out to communities to tell them what's happening. But yes, take people in charrettes are good, but we have to be realistic in saying that this is the timeline. My challenge is herding the cats here in regards to, we've got a budget, we've got members that are driven to deliver something. So I'll have a cut-off date for a design freeze on saying, right, this is what we're going to deliver. And there will be certain groups might say, oh, but I know I'm not getting that. Well, it's just a balance of, we'll get to that point, this is what's in, this is what's out, this is what we can afford, and let's go for it.
And this is a space that's available as well, because that's always a challenge, isn't it, as well? You might have a plan to do.
Yeah, on site. So point well made, but we want that input going forward. I think we'll certainly get it going by today.
Great, thank you very much. One question very quickly for you, Martin. You said, please, can we all write to our MPs, our MSPs, and say how important all of this is, which put that seed of doubt in my mind that perhaps if we get a change of government in Scotland in the next 6 months, or in Westminster, if everything implodes there again, how safe is all of this? There's huge ambition here. There's massive opportunity. How much does it rely on what's happening in Holyrood and Westminster?
It does to a large extent. I guess fundamentally, the opportunity I was talking about is unlocked by principally the offshore, onshore pump storage developers getting to what's called final investment decision. That's it, we're doing it. That means that their boards have got to have confidence that, we'll make the necessary return on that. We understand the risks, we'll do that. One of the fundamental keys to that, as I was saying, is that how will we get our electrons to market, simply put, and what will we get paid for them? So how is the market going to operate? Now, I think there are the conditions exist because the UK government have put in place the market conditions. They've done that for 3 reasons. 1, economic opportunity. I talked about what that looks like for our region. That's similar across the rest of the UK. 2, to electrify the economy. So that's about net zero, but it's also just about moving us away from fossil fuels because it's the right thing to do. And thirdly, it's for energy security. Now, I don't think that whatever political party is in power in Edinburgh or in London, those 3 reasons, I think, you tell me if any of them are any less now than they have been, or arguably, are they more important now than they've ever been? So I think what's driven Parliament in London to create the market conditions to unlock this economic opportunity, I think that's an unstoppable force. There'll be bumps in the road, there'll be variations in colour depending on who's there, but fundamentally this is about energy and opportunity.
Well, that is very, very reassuring to hear, and let's just hope that Trump doesn't have any more influence than he already has. Thank you very much to Martin and to Finlay for your open and your honest answering of the questions, and also for your presentations and explaining in a really short period of time some of the opportunities that are available and how you're all working together to achieve them. Friends, coffee is now being served. I'd really appreciate it if you could find someone that you've never met before to talk to and just make those connections all the stronger. We do have some displays. The whole of the ground floor of the hotel is ours, and if I can ask you to be back here in 15 minutes for our next session, that will be fabulous. So 11:45, I shall see you then. Thank you very much. Thank you. If I can invite you just to take your seats again. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am officially the worst sheepdog and rounder-up of delegates at a conference ever. You've been all over the place, and of course I was standing catching up with somebody that I hadn't seen for ages, chat, realised that actually it's my job to get you all back in here in time, and we're already now 12 minutes late. Our next section is called Youth Voices, which of course begs the question, what on earth am I doing up here? Between now and lunchtime, and in fact for the rest of today, we're looking at how to engage the next generation. We're looking at how to engage young people. We've already had a great outline from Martin and Finlay of the potential that this area has. And I've been chatting to folk and saying, did you know all that? Did you know all that? And the bottom line answer was, we knew some of it, but we didn't know all of it. And it was great actually to see it all put together. But that potential will not be realised, as was blatantly said on this stage earlier, if we don't have a skilled and talented workforce to put in a few shifts. The potential for regional regeneration is, as we've just heard, absolutely enormous. But do young people here fully appreciate everything that is coming online? And I don't mean online as in online and looking at my phone, but that is coming online here. Do schools actually get it all? Do they have the bigger picture? Do parents as well? Because there is still that thing, I think, sometimes of, well, you've got to send your kids away to get a proper education so that they can then be the person that they're supposed to be. No, we need to change that narrative because the opportunity is right here. So how can we engage with young people? How can we engage with parents and teachers and schools and everyone and encourage that next generation to stay here, to use their skills, to halt the depopulation of the region? And of course, in addition to that, to encourage other people who are skilled and talented to come to our part of the world and make their homes here and raise their families here and create more community and yet even more opportunity. I'd like to share another film, a short film that was made with some of the senior students at Wick High School. So let's roll the VT.
Over the past couple of weeks, we've reached out to pupils from Wick and Thurso High School and asked them what they feel about their local area, whether they're looking to stay in the area or whether they're looking to leave and maybe pursue different careers elsewhere, or to join a university or further education elsewhere.
The best things about living in Caithness are having like nature everywhere nearby, because like I live in the countryside at Thumpster and there's nature everywhere and there's animals and stuff everywhere.
I think the best that I like about living in Caithness is like how we are as a community. Like we have the gala in the summer, we have the Christmas lights at Christmas, and I feel like we do a lot as a community.
What I like the best about Caithness is probably the clubs. Cadets, things that happen at Leith Arts Centre.
Best, I'll definitely have to say the safety up here is definitely, it's unmatched, you know. As me, I've lived in, you know, a big city like Rio de Janeiro before, where like you can't even do simple things like walking to school or just going out for lunch with your mates. It's just not on, you know. But up here in Wick, you know, you can do all of that and people just take it for granted, you know. Having like not the fear that someone's going to come up to you and rob you or nothing is definitely a huge bonus of living up here.
Well, I would say it's quite nice for atmosphere in general. Like, you've got a nice community with all the different people, and we've got quite a nice school and there's lots to do. But
I would say about like my hobbies, because like I do girl guiding on Wednesday in Halkirk.
Same with doing the newspaper. It's a great team building exercise, and we can do it and it helps our community. So
the thing I like the least is not having a lot of bus travel. Like there's no buses on a weekend at all. There's one like at 6 in the morning and like 8 o'clock at night, but then there's nothing during the day to get back and forth.
Least, I would say the hospital is pretty bad up here, and that you have to travel like 2 hours for like an orthodontist appointment. You have to go, pregnant women have to go down there and have their babies. I think that needs fixed.
I would have to say, hearing about how good Wick used to be, from like my parents and my family and stuff, the town used to be buzzing, you know, every night, full of people and everything, and still have that sort of community sense of everyone being together. But nowadays, it's sort of not the same. Shops closing and everything. It's sad to see that Wick's shrinking, not expanding, you know.
Right now, I don't know what I want to do, but currently I'm thinking about becoming a Dunray electrical engineer. Probably I'll stay here, just because like I have family here.
I want to be a carer. I was at the thing yesterday and it was really beautiful at the Bayview, and yeah, that made me want to become an adult carer even more.
I'm thinking of going to uni and getting a course through computing science or graphic design, and if not that, an apprenticeship at Dunray for the design apprenticeship.
I would say it's something that I would think of, but I could go into business. Like I could say go to Queen Margaret's in Edinburgh and then come back here, or I could either just move away and go to a different country, maybe do like an apprenticeship. Be something I definitely have to consider in these next few years.
I definitely want to go to university and study history or archaeology, and if not, I would love to do like some sort of archaeology like apprenticeship somewhere.
I want to do like primary school teaching, so I want to go to like the college like in Thurso and like still stay in Caithness.
I'd probably like to go to university in somewhere like Edinburgh Ways, study engineering. As much as I love living in Wick and Scotland, I think I would probably move away. You see everything there's to see here, and you want something, you know, fresh, a new challenge, meet new people, learn a new language. I think I would definitely move away.
I feel like definitely better travel. Like our airport is not that good, so I feel like our airport definitely needs better, and same with like the trains and the buses, and there's not a lot to do here except going to Thurso and the cinema and then walking around and going to like Tesco's is all you can really do here. So
if we say got expanded further, like got more houses, and it grew, there probably could be a lot more stuff going on. Like we could have more shops, maybe more hotels. Just building up Thurso as like a town, maybe even turn it into a city one day.
Yeah, probably the same, like building like more places in like Thurso and Halkirk. Like
even if you don't have to build up like new buildings, just revamp the old ones.
I think more community-focused development would be better, because there's so many shops that are empty now that, like, when I was younger used to be filled to brim, but now you look in through the windows and they're just empty tips.
Definitely more investment in the engineering sector of things, you know. Possibly like maybe even building a new nuclear power plant up here would definitely bring a lot of, you know, people and investment and everything here, you know. This Wick could be, you know, a hub for renewable energy, you know, not Wick but Caithness in general. You know, you've got the wind power and the tidal power, you know.
We're here today at the first event, Live Highland, Live Happy in Thurso High School. This is the second event. We ran one in Wick for the summer, and this is our kind of closing event for the whole sort of Focus North programme. And we've got a brilliant selection of different companies. We've got people from the NHS, from the hospitality sector, engineering, climate hub. The whole aim of the day has been to try and inspire young people to realise the opportunities that are available for them. A lot of them have got preconceived ideas of Caithness and Sutherland being boring and not much going on. So our plan as DYW alongside Focus North and other partners was to give them an opportunity to speak with local people. We've had inspirational speakers who've talked about why they've returned to the county. Maybe they're from here, they moved away and they realised that actually the life that they wanted was back here. So we've had them speaking to the young people. We did a little bit of surveying to find out how many of them think there's opportunity, and hopefully by the end of the day we will have changed their minds, and through a little bit of networking with the different businesses they've been able to kind of see what is out there. And I would just say to any businesses that are interested, young people are so valuable to us. We want to keep our talent local. Every school has a DYW coordinator, and we love to kind of show young people what is out there. So I would say definitely get involved. It's the future talent, it's people that you'll be employing, so please do get in touch. We would love to work with you in whatever capacity you're able to.
Yeah. There's something really liberating about asking young people to tell you what they really think. It's liberating for us to hear it, but it's also liberating for them to be heard. And I'm really glad to have been able to show that today. Really appreciative of them being so open and honest about their feelings. And without really courageous conversations and facing things that we just don't want to hear, nothing changes and everything stays as it always has been. I'm really delighted to say that some of those young people will be here after lunch and talking in more detail about their experiences, their perceptions, their hopes, their dreams. And obviously, DYW are doing a huge amount to tell them of the opportunity that is going on. We saw Alice there from DYW in the video, and to expand on everything she was saying, Trudy Morris is the Chief Executive of Caithness Chamber of Commerce, and they have responsibility in the region for running that DYW programme. Trudy is going to tell us a wee bit more. Welcome. Thank you. On to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is afternoon now, I think. So, really inspiring. It's great to see what my team are doing on camera, actually. So, well done. Fantastic achievement. But, we hear there from the young people all the things that we as partners are talking about, we as employers are talking about. We know what needs to be done for these young people, and we need to get on and do it. So if that doesn't inspire us to get on and do it for the next generation, what will? So I just want to tell you a bit more about what we're doing for young people, because I hope you'll be heartened from this, from the things that we are doing. So at the Chamber, we've always been passionate about young people, which is not only why we try to employ young people ourselves, but we have initiatives that support young people across the region. So during the last 17 years, we've employed a number of young people, whether that be graduates or apprentices at the Chamber. And earlier in the year, when we were looking for a new apprentice, I was actually blown away, not only by the number of applications that we had, but the caliber and the quality of the applications that we had. Now, I'm old-fashioned. I like people to be booted and suited, and I tell you, every one of those young people came in booted and suited. I was so impressed. But it wasn't just that swung me. At that time, we could only hire one apprentice. But I wish I could have taken on all 11, because they were so inspiring. And if I had places for them, I would have done that. After discussions with NRS Dounreay, we did receive funding to employ an additional young apprentice on a 2-year training programme, because I was desperate to give another young person an opportunity. So one of the initiatives we're involved in, as you see, is developing the young workforce, or DYW for short. I think I'm supposed to be pressing this, aren't I? Sorry. Anyway, I'll just go back to this, actually. For those of you eagle-eyed, you'll see that it says North Highland Chamber of Commerce. And that's not because I've defected to another organisation. Actually, for those of you at our AGM last night, our membership actually voted in a change of name. So we will be going forward and changing our name to North Highland Chamber of Commerce. And that is really just to reflect the geographical sphere of influence that we already work in and that geographical location that we've been working across for years. So I think that's really exciting. But there's a lot of hard work involved in that. But we seem to like the word North, don't we? We've got North for everything, so it's quite fitting. So let me... So, yes, DYW for short, because Developing the Young Workforce is such a long name. So last year we actually, last month we actually celebrated a decade of DYW in the North Highlands. So for those of you who don't know, DYW is a Scottish Government initiative, and it came out of a report for, I can't remember what the report's title was called, but it was Sir Ian Wood back in 2014. And one of the recommendations out of that report was to establish employer-led young people groups across Scotland. So the Scottish Government took that forward, and we actually had to bid into that to get a regional group here. Now, for those of you that can go back a decade, and some of you are in the room, we gathered stakeholders, head teachers, employers in a room in PPP to convince Scottish Government that actually we didn't want one for the whole of the Highlands. We wanted 3 separate groups for the Highlands, and we wanted one in the North Highlands. I remember the civil servant that was tasked with setting up these groups. He flew into Wick. We had flights then from Edinburgh. And he took the train back to Inverness. And he phoned me from the train and said, if I didn't get it before from the passion that was in the room from all your stakeholders, I certainly do get it now on this long journey to Inverness. So 10 years ago, last month, we established DYW North Highland. So it covers Caithness and Sutherland. We were one of the first of the 4 groups setting up. And for 5 years, we had a core team just delivering employability events and activities, working with schools and colleges. But in 2020, Scottish Government actually gave each group extra funding to employ school coordinators in each school. So we have 6 high schools in the region, so we've got 4 school coordinators covering those. And obviously you saw Alice on camera. We have Nicola Swanson, who's working out of Wick. We have Natasha here with us, who is in Farr, and we have Stacey, who's not here today, but covers the Sutherland High Schools. And they're doing a fantastic job. Scottish Government funding is only on a year-by-year basis, but I think the fact that we're still here 10 years on shows government commitment and also the track record of the programme. And we hope, obviously, if the government does change in May next year, that it will still continue. So we're delivering a range of employability events. I'm still not getting this working, am I? Sorry. I should have got you, Laura, to do that. Last year alone, we delivered 212 activities, which amounted to a total of 8,197 interactions with young people, with the support of 158 employers. And I think that's quite an achievement. And obviously, we're looking to do more, if not even the same, this time. This year, we're excited by Highland Council plans to improve the work placement experience, not only for young people, but also for employers across the region. The council will be ditching the clunky High Hope system that they've struggled with and we've struggled with, and they'll be moving to a new system called WorkIt, which is used by some other local authorities across Scotland. And it will improve the user experience, and hopefully we can get more people out on work placements. So I am really enthused by that, because it has been a challenge for us all, and I think that will make a real difference. So a big thank you to all the employers who have been involved over the years supporting DYW activities. We couldn't do it without you, whether that's speaking in schools, delivering employability activities, and many other things. And obviously, with a new improved work placement system, we hope that more of you will get involved in actually offering work placements, because we really do need to get young people out into the workplace. So our DYW team will be delighted to hear from any employers who want to get involved, so please seek them out over lunch. Another initiative that we're involved in is supporting apprenticeships. Now, the Caithness Business Fund is a fund that we set up in 2013 after discussions with Bailey Wind Farm, who wanted to contribute to a regional fund that actually supported businesses, and that was over and above their community benefit fund that they had for the wind farm. Initially, it's just supported startup businesses and those looking to grow, but in 2019 it decided to support apprenticeships, or support businesses employing apprentices, I should say. Obviously then we had COVID, and obviously apprentices were getting laid off rather than recruited. So it wasn't until we started to recover from COVID that we started to see an uptick in applications. And we supported 10 businesses with 5K grants to take on 10 apprentices post-COVID to 2023. In 2024, with the support of NDA, NRS Dunray and the West of Orkney Wind Farm, who contributed 50,000 each, we launched a new enhanced apprenticeship scheme called Future Skills. Now that supports apprenticeships that are 3 to 4 years in length, because we recognise that actually for employers it's a huge investment. Sometimes those apprentices are going to college for the first year, and obviously as they go through their apprentice they become more productive. So we front load the grant in the early years and then taper it off. And businesses can get up to 23,500 over those 3 years. And we believe that's really made a difference. And it has made a difference because in 2024 we supported 7 businesses in a range of sectors to hire 7 apprentices to the tune of 161,500 through the Future Skills scheme, and then a further 6 through our standard apprenticeship scheme to the tune of 30,000. Apprenticeships were in much needed trades such as plumbing and electrical. We had vehicle repair and maintenance, professional cookery, welding and fabrication, hairdressing and business admin. It's not about all the shiny new things that are coming. It's also about supporting those businesses that have been here for years, our trades, our things that underpin our community, so that we're still feeding those with skills rather than thinking, yes, we've got all these opportunities coming along, but we still need to make sure that the fabric of our community is there. The NDA and NRS Dunray committed another 150,000 to the 2 apprenticeship schemes this year, as well as 100,000 to a pilot graduate placement scheme. So that's a demonstration of their commitment to furthering skills in the region, but it's also testament to the fund's track record of delivery. And since March this year, since we had that funding, the fund has supported 7 businesses, 3 through Future Skills and 4 through the standard apprenticeship scheme, resulting in the obviously in the creation of another 7 apprentices. They were in carpentry and joinery, museums and galleries, admin, agricultural, engineering and spirits operations. And in fact, we had a Caithness Business Fund last night, and we actually awarded another 2 apprenticeships to an agricultural and professional cookery. So I'm sure you will see it's heartening to see so many businesses invest in their workforce and also in the next generation. And we pray that continues. It's also heartening to see young people wanting to stay in the region. You know, we have, you know, these apprenticeships, it's not about just the businesses offering the places, it's about the young people wanting to take up those opportunities. And we need to create more. We need to inspire our young people to hope, to choose to stay, to learn and earn. Losing my pages here. So we're always looking for further donations to the fund to support its work, and it will take money from anybody. Well, apart from the Colombian drug barons, the Russian arm dealers, and the little old ladies in the street. But mind you, to the young people, I probably now am that little old lady in the street. But seriously, any developer that wants to support our work in this area, let's have a conversation, because this money is really making a difference. Another way we support young people is to recognise young entrepreneurs, our annual dinner each year. Our George Bruce Young Entrepreneur Award is open to young entrepreneurs aged 18 to 30 years old. And this year we recognise 20-year-old Abby Gunn, who after being made redundant from her previous role, founded AEG Services, seizing the opportunity to follow her passion for animal care. Her business provides trusted and compassionate dog walking and pet services, including home visits for pets while their owners are away on holiday. Extending her expertise beyond domestic pets, Abby is also delivering equine care, ensuring horses receive professional attention and support during periods of holiday cover. And again, that's just a demonstration of underpinning the fabric of our community. You know, we've all got pets. Some of us have horses. They need care. Alongside the Young Entrepreneur Award, we recognise young businesses as well who have operated less than 5 years. And this year's winner was designer and kilt maker Hannah McFarlane, who founded Thistle and Cloth in Argyll. Now, Hannah's journey is a remarkable one, following a career as a military musician with various RAF postings before transferring to the Royal Corps of Army Music. She then pursued her passion for garment construction and design. She actually studied under a renowned tutor, Linda Gillis, at the Keith Kilt and Textile Centre, and she honed her skills in traditional kilt making, combining craftsmanship with a creative vision, and she's now operating from Argyll. So this is another person that has come back to the region to do something that she loves, and she hopes to set up a studio there. So I'm sure you will agree, from the enthusiasm of our young people, the work of DYW, what the Caithness Business Fund is doing for apprenticeships, the awards, the partners coming together, supporting with funding. There's really some inspiring stories of success here, great achievements and lots of opportunities. So let's celebrate that, but let's do even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy, from North Highland Chamber of Commerce. Really, really good to hear of the work that, I suppose, with both her hats on, sorry, this is not the pet owner hat, Trudy, but with both her hats as Chief Executive of North Highland Chamber of Commerce and also the person with overall responsibility, I guess, for DYW. She's pulling together organisations, say, come on, give us your money. Give us your money, because, you know, if you have a little bit that you could put into a fund, well, maybe that little bit in itself isn't enough to create an apprenticeship, a 3-4 year apprenticeship for somebody, but by joining up with everybody else, you know, it will make a huge difference. Really, really interesting to hear that. And Trudy is going to be back this afternoon talking to some apprentices from across the North Highlands, just about their experiences, what it was that got them into, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put questions into your mouth, Judy, but what it was that got them into their apprenticeship, what their experience has been, and I guess what they're hoping for the future. So really looking forward to that session later on. And of course, Julie will be talking to some of the young people we saw in the film a wee bit earlier. HIE ran a summer programme for young people this summer, and as Peter will explain, it was really, really ambitious. There is nothing wrong with ambition. I just really want to underline that, and thanks to Highland Council and HIE for underlining that as well. Not every ambition of this particular programme was achieved, but that's okay. There was some massive learning, and many of the projects are still ongoing or will be revived later. Here's Peter to talk a little bit more about that. Peter.
Okay, hi again. Right, Live Highland, Live Happy was the summer programme that we ran under the Focus North and DYW banner. The plan for this year for us was to engage better with younger people from the programme perspective, to get to hear their voices more. That's why, as I said to you earlier, that's why we've moved this event to being later in the year, so that it's at the beginning of a term, not at the end when everybody's worrying about exams. So we launched the programme with a couple of assemblies in Thurso and Wick High Schools, where we spoke to the rising S4s, the people that were going into S4 the following year. We chose that group because they're sort of just at the point where they're making choices and starting to think about where they might be going in their careers. And our program of activities included a couple of workshops. Dee Bleakley, as you can see, oh no, sorry, I don't know why that's not come up. Excuse me. Dee Bleakley, there he is now. He was a teacher, a maths teacher. He's now works with young people on helping them with communications and confidence. That's something that we've picked up repeatedly through our surveying, and we'll perhaps be talking to that again in a bit. But so Dee works with young people. As Nikki said, our program of activity over the summer had some challenges, partly I suspect because it being summer holidays. There's lots of more exciting things to do than come along to our workshop. So we've learned a bit from that, and we're now intending to run a follow-up to that during term time, and I think it was planned in November. So part of what we're doing here is new to us, and so we're obviously learning as we go along. So that was one. We also ran a Skills Development Scotland colleagues ran a workshop around Lego renewables, which is, the challenge there was to build a wind turbine with Lego, but actually the kind of learning element of it, other than learning how to build a turbine in Lego, of course, if you didn't know how to do that, was to have a little bit of what's called they call it a buzz quiz, which is to help the young people understand their personality traits a little bit, and so help them shape some of their ideas about what sort of career they might be comfortable in. And I think that's a really, really important thought for this, because often young people have got, I've got my own two. I've got one that's literally just gone off to university to do music, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do pretty much as soon as he picked up a guitar. But my other son, who's now, he's only 11, he's only just starting high school, but what is it that, what are they going to be good at? What are they going to be comfortable doing? So I think that's really important. And SDS kind of offer that workshop or those workshops as a service. And I think that's something that a lot of us maybe need to think about. How do we get more young people to do that, to have a look at what am I going to be good at, as well as what I enjoy doing. Maybe a great reason to choose a career isn't because I really like my geography teacher, So, not that there's anything against geography, of course. Immediately, Anyway, so those ran, and the other thing we've done is to set a Minecraft challenge for the schools, and this is now running in 2 of the high schools. The idea of this is to reimagine our region using the Minecraft tool set. Before I go much further, can I just ask a show of hands in the room? Who knows about Minecraft? Who would be comfortable? Oh, quite a few. That's pretty good. So that's actually quite good. So I'll maybe not spend too much time on the next bits, but the idea is to use a tool set that a lot of young people will be comfortable with to talk to us about what it is that they want to see changing in their region. That was the whole purpose of it. Okay, so we've set a challenge. As you'll see, there's a small film about the project, the approach later, but that it's going to take 8 to 12 weeks, they say. We've probably taken a little bit longer to get it going than we hoped. So we were hoping to present a prize today. We're not quite at that stage yet, but there's 2 groups running, and Amentum have provided a PS5 for the winning school, which we will present at the time when that is finally ready to be judged. And we'll hope to show you and probably put out via social media some of the outputs from that, because we're really excited to understand what young people are going to do with this. But so Minecraft is a what they call a sandbox game. The idea being that you've got a large environment that you can build anything through a series of these blocks at the front here. So the blocks can be all sorts of things. They can be soil, they can be stone, etc. So you can pretty much build anything from Minecraft. In fact, if you're sad enough to look online, as I've done with my boys. There's some utterly mind-blowing things that people have built with Minecraft. But the idea is that you start with a blank sheet of paper or a blank field, and you can build pretty much anything you want. So we're wanting them to reimagine the region using these tools. And there's somebody's built the Parthenon. Okay, so somebody's up. So that's obviously, yeah. Perhaps that's something that somebody's going to suggest we build, but I'm kind of, you never know. But as it is, anyway, the idea being that it's open to imagination, and that's what we really want. We want to understand what our young people think and want to do, want to see in our region. Okay, and this is just a short film that explains the program.
Reinventing Cities, a program hosted by Minecraft Education in partnership with C40 Cities, students and educators from cities across the world tackled global climate issues impacting their local environments. Nearly 500,000 students have used Minecraft to envision a brighter future. They have built greener cities, smarter transit, and more resilient food systems. Now we're giving every school and classroom on the planet the opportunity to join Schools Reinventing Cities. In this special toolkit and Minecraft world, educators and school leaders can find all they need to start their own Schools Reinventing Cities Climate Build Challenge. We've got you covered with resources to guide you in successfully launching a build challenge in your classroom, school network, or even your entire city. Start in our launch guide, where you can find step-by-step instructions to prepare for your project, including a sample timeline and master checklist. Each build challenge has 3 important elements. Number 1, a challenge prompt. This is the design question your students will work towards answering. In our guide, we'll help you create one that aligns with your city's goals. Number 2, a start date and end date. For most build challenges, we recommend 8 to 12 weeks. This will give teachers time to facilitate the project and give students time to research, plan, build, present, and submit their solutions. Number 3, a celebration. Showcasing student success is so important. Whether it be a simple highlight reel on Flip or an in-person Schools Reinventing Cities fair. Included in the kit is everything you need to get started, including a customizable lesson PowerPoint, student guide, and student certificate. After you've introduced your project, students will open the Schools Reinventing Cities world in Minecraft Education, where they will start in a fictional city hall. They will then teleport to a special starting build area that represents their region. Here, students will begin learning from helpful non-player characters about how to build a sustainable version of their city. From there, students will work in teams to build their solution and access a unique inventory of pre-designed structures and items to make their city more resilient and sustainable. Students can find heat pumps, light rail transit tracks, bike lanes, and more. After students complete their build, they'll need to present their ideas. Now you're ready to celebrate and honor your amazing students' ideas. Schools Reinventing Cities is more than just a program. It's a movement that empowers our youth to become active citizens in climate action in their cities. The future starts now, and we believe in the limitless potential of our youth to shape a better world. Download the toolkit to get started today.
Okay, so that was a little bit corporate, as you can probably guess, but I just wanted to just show you that that's the basic idea. You can see that that tool has originally been designed for redesigning cities. So we think it's a first, it's certainly a first in Scotland, that we're now using that toolkit to redesign a region. And we're really looking forward to seeing what our young people do with that. So, watch this space as we go forward. And just finally, thanks again to Amentum for providing the prize, and we're really looking forward to presenting that to the winning team when that happens. Okay, so thank you very much.
Peter is going to stay on stage now because we are going to get on to a little bit of a live interactive survey. So I hope you've all managed to download the Slido app and you've managed to pop in that code 2929277. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to ask you some questions about what you think the young people in the region think. Now, obviously, we've been sharing what we already know, and we shared that video. So if you were paying attention, then there shouldn't be too much disparity between what they said they think and what you think they think. Does that make sense? Have I said think far too often? Yes, I probably have. A survey was sent out by Developing the Young Workforce to every senior stage pupil at Far, Wick and Thurso, and the results were analysed. We're not giving you all the results of all the questions because that would take the whole of the rest of the day, but we've chosen 4 main topics that we thought were really important. The findings that came in from them were important and really interesting to see what you think they might have said and see where those connections and disconnections may have come in. Those pupils were from S4, S5 and S6. And we also got some feedback from college students at UHI, Northwest and Hebrides. That's the Thurso campus. Some of them had a slightly different view, probably because they're a wee bit further on in their decision-making process, but it'll be interesting to see where those figures disappear. I'm conscious I'm standing right in front of the screen, so I'm going to come over here. Peter, if you just stay there, then I think we are good to go.
Okay.
Has everyone got their phone? Everyone got the app to work? Excellent. It's a bit...
Right. This is new to us, guys, so you're going to have to, we're going to give it our best.
There we are.
Shot.
It started already.
It looks like you're way ahead of me.
13 of you have managed to get involved. So if you have downloaded the app into Slido, put that code in, 2929277, and then answer the question. 7 options, and if you can rank them in order of what you think the young people thought was the main barrier to stopping them from achieving their goals. We can see that 11 of you are in their ranking.
I think there's 67.
14 are ranking and 68 are taking part.
Yep. I think that just means that there's 17 participants still not finished.
73 of you, 74, 75. This is good, isn't it? So the main barrier to stop them from achieving goals. So far, it looks as though transport, opportunities, grades and results, money, confidence, and health.
Okay.
I don't know whether other responsibilities, there should be another thing at the bottom there that we just can't see.
There was a don't knows. We didn't include the don't knows as a potential answer for that. Right.
Okay, we've kind of slowed down that we've not got anything for other responsibilities there. Seems to be below. But so far it looks as though transport is by far the greatest one. Still a couple of people are actively ranking. We're up to 94.
Okay, is everybody finished? Is there anybody who's not finished? So I think we should just
goes out there at 97 participants, which is
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Transport. We did get a few clues from the video that we've got one bus that goes past the end of the road at 6 o'clock in the morning and another that comes back at 8 o'clock. And really, really sorry to anyone who's here from Hyle, but the airport's rubbish. That's what the young people said. These are not my views. These are the views of the young people that we heard about. And as Trudy said as well, yes, it was 10 years ago.
Right. So by the magic of technology, we're now going to show you what the young people actually said. Over to you.
Here we are.
And there we go. So you think, unsurprisingly, sort of exam results and grades are going to be high in people's, if I don't get my grades, I'm not going to be able to succeed in what I want to do next. So, but putting that to the side, actually what our young people are saying to us is confidence and money are actually much more in their areas of worry. Transport is in there, but it's further down. Opportunities are in the middle there. Health and there was a few don't knows. And there were other things, as Nikki said in the survey, but isn't that a startling thought? That the thing that our young people think is the biggest barrier, other than making sure that they get their exam results is actually about their own confidence in that they are able to achieve what they're trying to. And that's partly, we picked up on this last year and the year before, and that's partly why we're running some confidence building workshops with Dee Bleakley over the summer. And we think that's something we should build on. But that is something, just as an aside for employers in the room, when you're getting young people coming to you, are you seeing them being unconfident? Is that something that people are, you know, is there a noticeable difference? It's a question. Anyway, so confidence, money, that one surprised me as well, and that again keeps coming up. So they're obviously thinking that, you know, they're not going to be able to afford to do what they want to do. And then transport is in there. So
interesting. I don't know if you can see from the back. The orange line is the results that came in from school pupils,
yes.
And the blue line underneath each question, is from the Thurso College students. And I think it's really interesting to see. Obviously, they've already got their exam results, but the confidence there is, you know, pretty much the same. Opportunities. I'm surprised, actually, that for college students it's higher than for school students. You'd have thought that at school, well, I don't know what the opportunities are, but maybe that DYW message really is getting through, and maybe it's not getting through quite so well at college. Who knows? It'd be really interesting. I expect to repeat these questions, the same questions, in a few years' time, and see how it changes. I'd also have been interested, and of course we can't go backwards, I wondered if the confidence is something that's a lack of confidence has grown, if you know what I mean. Since COVID, since lockdown, has maybe that had an impact on young people? It's certainly impacted all of us in very many ways, and Trudy's nodding her head, yes, it seems to be something that's coming through. And health as well, maybe college students are more aware of health. I don't know whether that means their own health, whether it means health provision in the far north or not. It's really interesting to look at this and see.
Indeed. Okay, I don't know, are we going to try and ask any questions at this point, or are we just going to sort of push on?
Well, I noticed that Deirdre was nodding. So Deirdre from Highland Blindcraft and Sensory Services, right in the middle, and I'm picking on her because I know her. But when you asked the question, are you noticing that young people coming to you? Have we got Vicky in the room with her magic microphone? There she is at the back.
Yeah.
I just noticed her nodding when you said, are you noticing young people come through with a lack of confidence? I'm picking on you, Deirdre, and I hope you've actually got, yes, she has got, I've never known her not have something to say. But it would be really interesting to know from an employer's perspective what your experience is.
We're maybe in a slightly different position than other employers because we support people with additional needs. And we've had 2 started recently. And to start with, it is a lack of confidence. When they come in, we don't do an interview as a standard interview. We have a different process, but to help put them at their ease. But when they come in, obviously, I think it's just a different working environment. We're in production again, so it's finding a place that is suitable for them, where they're comfortable, to try and put them at their ease. And it's like probably anybody going to a new workplace, where it's getting to know other people. And that's probably quite intimidating for everybody, not just young people.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be difficult. Anybody else got anything brief that they'd like to add on this? Or in fact, yes, let's...
Hi, Nikki. Andrew Mackay from the Caithness Collection. We employ quite a lot of students, young people. And what I would say about confidence is that a massive difference with those that do seek a job, and the confidence that they gain, the social skills, the interaction with general public is amazing compared to the ones that possibly don't work and are not confident enough to get a job. I see it in the mock interviews we do with the DYW.
Yeah.
I can pick our guys out and girls when they walk in the room, just the way they walk, they attend the interviewee. It's amazing, the difference, really is.
And I would actually echo that. I was in Dunray yesterday delivering a presentation and confidence skills course for their modern apprentices and graduate apprentices. And there was one girl who had worked, not with you, but she had worked from the age of 14 to 18 in hospitality. And the difference in her demeanour, in her ability to stand up in front of a group of her peers and do a really difficult thing, which was basically give a presentation on something she had no idea. I made them all pick an object out of my kitchen, out of a bag, and they had to then give a presentation on the spot as to what it meant to them in 3 ways in which that related to their lives. She had so much more confidence to do that, to stand up and come up with something, and she wasn't afraid of being laughed at, of making a mistake. And I asked her, you know, where does that confidence come from? She said, I had a job. I had a job working in hospitality. You never know who's coming through the door. You never know what kind of mood they're going to be in or how to meet them. So it's about meeting people where they're at. And it's that balance, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Young people worried about their grades, their exam results. Will I get through? And that can sometimes, I think, hold them back from going out and getting a part-time job. Maybe the opportunities for part-time jobs are not always there, depending on where they live. But my goodness, the way that boosts their confidence.
Yeah. I mean, my lad that's gone off to uni came completely out of his shell when he got a job at the cafe in Betty Hill, and that really did help him, exactly as you said. So we're seeing some experience there. The question I'm just going to pose to the room, not necessarily get an answer to, is what do we do collectively to change that dynamic? You know, what is it that we can do? Is it offering more work placements, for example, to get those young people out to see what's going on, so that it's less frightening? Is it, you know, some of the initiatives that are being run? It's interesting that your approach to interviewing is different. Maybe is that something that, you know, other employers might be? Yes, Stephen, sure. Yeah.
I think it's very important. We've got 16 apprentices going from first year to fourth year. And I think it's important when they come in the door.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? I don't know what your business is, and there may be other people in the room who don't either. So just to start at the beginning.
Our business is an engineering business. We manufacture. So we've taken on a lot of apprentices over the years. That's the only way we can get young people into our business. We've got an ageing workforce. So the future is the young people. That's what it's all about. We've had up to 24 apprentices in the past. We don't have enough people to train 24 apprentices. So we're working very closely with the college to work our way through that. We've got a different model than some of the other employers locally to do that. But I think the key is for these young people, we see a huge difference from the people that's coming in at 16 to the 20-year-olds that's coming in. So confidence is massively higher at 20 than it is at 16. But I think the key is that when they come in the door, you put their minds at rest. You've got a good icebreaker. You don't go straight into the interview. The first 10 minutes should be just finding out a bit about them, telling them a bit about our business. So it's just a slightly different approach, really.
Yeah, starting with the safe stuff.
Absolutely.
Not asking them tell us about a time when you've done this, that, or the other.
Absolutely.
You're just having a chat and.
It's that environment. It's a totally alien environment that they're coming into.
Yeah.
Some of them, as Andrew said, will go through mock interviews and such things. A lot of them don't. A lot of them choose to come straight in green, you know. So that's our experiences.
And that's lovely, and thank you for sharing that, because there will be other people in the room who will take that on board. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Should we move on to
question 2? Yes, I was going to say I'm very conscious of time.
Right.
So question
let's
2.
Get question 2 up. Look at that on your apps. Answer all the questions. And when our young people leave education, what percentage of them do you think are clear that the work they want to do will be available here? And it's just a pick one, and off you go. Okay, most of you have replied, and over half think it's between 15 and 29% are not clear. Yeah, only 15 to 29% are clear that the work they want to do will be available here. That's a bit sad, isn't it?
Right.
And the answer?
That's what I'm saying. I was trying
that's not the right.
What I was frantically trying to wave you. Is that you've just given away the answer to the next question, folks. Right, I want you to forget that, right? It's because the moderators won't allow your pass if you've done that.
While we're looking for that, I can tell you that if you're thinking it's maybe about 29%, that end of it, you're pretty right. The answer is 30%. 30% are clear that the work that they want to do will be available here, which means that 70% of them
There you
don't
go.
think.
That's the correct one. Okay.
Are
So-
your opportunities available locally?
So there's between some and yes is about 70%, and then there's some about there's 16% that definitely think there's not an opportunity locally, and then there's some that don't know. So it's you've got about the right. I think you've pretty much the audience has got that one right. So that's good that the perception is right. Question is, how do we get that 30% to recognise that should they choose to, it's a much bigger number than a third of them saying roughly that there is an opportunity here for us. It should be a much bigger number than that, because we've seen today, and when you talk to the developers and people in the region, that depending on virtually most careers, you're going to be able to do locally. And as Trudy was saying about, it isn't just about these new jobs that are coming. It's also about all the infrastructure, healthcare and social care and plumbers and electricians, people that we need it's hospitality and tourism and etc. Just to run the economy as it currently stands.
Yeah, my instinct is that this is a communication problem. Only 30%, and Raymond Bremner's agreeing with me. Thank goodness for that, because he could otherwise have pushed me off the stage. We only have 30% of people think there is a job, there is a space for me, there is something for me here. I think the fact that all of you are here in the room and all of the opportunities that we've heard about so far, I think it's a communication problem. So it's how do we get that message out? And you're all here. Shout. Don't just sit here today. Make sure that everybody knows what it is that your organisation can offer, and that you're open for business for lots of other young people.
Yeah, sorry. Raymond, I think Raymond's got something to. Do you like to just say something now?
Oh. That's rude, Vicky. Vicky said, I'm sure you'd be loud enough anyway. What Vicky is forgetting, as one of the event organisers, is that there are people watching us online, and if it doesn't go through a microphone, it's very unlikely to be picked up. Raymond, with a microphone and your foghorn voice, shouldn't have said that, over to you.
Yeah, that clap was because everybody actually agrees with Vicky. I think that it's not just about the communication, but it's actually what we have in our messaging. And I don't think it's just everybody in this room here, because I absolutely believe that nearly everybody in this room does recognise what we're talking about.
Talking to the converted here.
Yeah, that's right. So it's not about that. It's what are they hearing and how are they hearing it? And we need to get a greater understanding of that, because it's through those channels that we can actually get the messaging and the communication to them. Because I'm not convinced what is the channels that they are hearing the messaging through. If we can clearly identify that, not through certain channels on social media, but other channels, it could be that our community messaging, we need to change the culture of our community messaging out there. It's not just the folks in here changing that message, but actually getting our communities to let our younger people know that there is a belief in opportunity actually available here, and how they can access that opportunity. I think it's not just about the communication, but it's actually the messaging and where they are getting that from.
So we do have young people here after lunch, and maybe that's something we can pick up with the panels of young people who are here. Where would they like, I mean, obviously the ones who are already apprentices are already in the system and they know that, but where did they find out? Where would they be more likely to find out? And for young people, what are they doing? What are they looking at? And is it a case of meeting them where they are? That's finding them where they are.
Indeed.
I guess that's just a marketing message, isn't it?
It is. And again, that was part of this program. Our summer program was about trying to test some of that messaging and how that's working. The DYW team is doing a fantastic job with engaging directly with the students in school. It's just building on that. So yeah, okay, that's great. So next question.
Which you already
We
know the answer
to.
to. Question
If you were
3.
quick.
Where do they think the majority of our young people said they wanted to live in the future? So only 30% think the opportunities are there. Do they want to be here, or would they rather be somewhere else?
This one's just a multiple choice, so it should just be
one answer.
You pick one answer, and it should move you on.
Okay, we're on to 92 having. Let's see what the survey results were.
Our survey said, actually, 48% of our young people don't want to live here.
They want to live elsewhere.
They want to live elsewhere. Which is a sobering thought for us sitting, talking today. There are some who want, quite understandably, you're going to have some people like the young man who was in the video who wants to go away and maybe some point come back in the future. That's quite normal. But if we're asking our school students this question, that's the answer we get. With the college students, it's a lower percentage, but then if you think about it, some of them have kind of chosen already, they may be in an apprenticeship and therefore they're working towards a job in the area anyway. So that it's unsurprising. That's a stark number, and the question we have to ask ourselves is, what do we need to do to change that perception that young people want to live here as their first choice?
And I wonder if there's something we can add to that. I think it's natural for young people to get to the age of 17 and 18 and want to spread their wings. They want to get away. They want to experience somewhere different. They want to get out of their bedroom in their mum and dad's house. I know my kids did. But where most cities have that exchange of young people, they go from Edinburgh to Glasgow to Dundee to Aberdeen to Stirling to wherever. What we don't have, and I don't think it's a particularly North Highland problem, I think it's a Highland problem, is we don't have that option. People don't, in Edinburgh and Glasgow and other cities around Scotland and elsewhere, don't think, oh, I know, I'd like to add Inverness or the North Highlands to my list of places to go. So I wonder if, again, it's a messaging thing, Raymond, and a communication thing of how can we say we're open not just for renewables business or energy business, but we're open to so many opportunities for young people, not just from here, but from all over Scotland and the rest of the UK and elsewhere, if they're allowed in.
Right, yes, we had a question at the back. Can you just introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. I'm Fiona Grant. I'm the Chief Officer for Secondary Schools in Highland Council. I'd just like to make an observation. I lead what's called the My Highland Future portfolio for the Council, which is looking what do we do about retaining young people in Highland. But a big factor you have up there is young people at the age of 17, 18 want to go away. A large number of them, but where we're struggling in is to get them back into graduate jobs or to get them employment opportunities. 25 plus, if you ask them, a lot of them would want to return just because the young man said, we are safe, it's a lovely community to bring up families and children. So I think don't be disheartened by what's up there, but think what can we do to get our own people back and new people into the area.
Yes, exactly the case. Thanks for that, Fiona. That's really useful.
We've got a question here from a lady in a light pink jacket. Just again, tell us who you are and.
I was going to say I'm probably loud enough too. I'm Debbie Miller and I work at UHI Northwest.
And we saw you in the film earlier,
yes, you
Debbie.
did see me earlier, Nikki. Just an observation on something you said there about young people, they want to go away to the city and they do, and that's absolutely great. I have a daughter who went away and a son who stayed. But one of the barriers to them being able to stay up here and move around, say to the Fort William campus or the Inverness, well, not so much Inverness campus because they do have student accommodation, is a complete lack of student accommodation in the area. So, you know, we could have students who could choose to go over to Orkney to study or go to Fort William or come to Thurso or go somewhere else, but there's no accommodation for them, or very little in some cases.
And that's a
Yeah,
very,
it's just an
very
observation.
valid point.
Yeah.
A very valid point. Absolutely.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you very,
Thank
very
you.
much. Shall we move on
Yep,
then
yep.
to the final
Final question, and this one's a little bit more complex.
Yeah. How do you think our young people ranked the following statements? So which, I suppose from terrible to excellent. So if you could rank how they thought of these, from terrible to excellent.
Yeah.
So the one, yeah. there you-
1 to 6. So if you thought the first, you know, the thing that they thought was best was number 3, then that gets a number 1.
Excuse me. The irony of choking on a cough sweet. Take a grab
Yeah, sorry.
a sip of water, thanks. So that's more than half of you completed it there.
Yes.
That's the wrong, yes. It's, my notes are slightly different from that. I thought it was in the order that our young people found to be most true, is what I thought.
Yeah.
And actually, that's not what that says.
Ah.
So I don't think we're going to get. So what was most true? If you've submitted, I don't know whether the technology will allow you to do it again. You can do it again. Brilliant. So scrap that. Start again. What did they find to be most true? So the one that's most true is number 1. No, terrible. Most
excellent is 1.
Excellent is 1.
1.
Terrible is 6.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's forgotten what they did, which is just.
It's ideal.
No, it's not actually. I'm looking at everybody else, Raymond. It's not just you.
I told you this was new to us, so you'll have to forgive us. There's a bit of teething problems.
And it was quite late last night when we were actually deciding how we would word this, and I think
Yeah.
I've worded it differently from how you've worded it, so we're coming at it from different angles.
It's fine. Thank you, Trudy, for the clarification.
We're not quite seeing the bottom. You did remember, Raymond. Well done.
Yeah,
well done.
71.
We're getting there.
Getting that.
A place where I feel safe. That's really heartening, actually. I mean, good community spirit, a good place to bring up family, a good place to live as a young person. But when we're talking about jobs and opportunities, we're talking about the importance of connectivity, and that's vital in business today. And it's really sad to see those at the bottom. Nobody thinks like you.
Well, you don't know that, Raymond, because you've not seen the answers yet. You see, remember this
well,
is what.
well, but he's saying and nobody else in the room thinks like
Oh,
him.
like it. All right, okay.
But these are all really heartening things. I mean, who wouldn't want to live in somewhere that's safe, with great community spirit, that's a great place to bring up your family,
Indeed.
and is a good place to live?
Okay.
That in itself is positive. Right, 90 of you have,
Right.
there we go, 92 now, and one person still thinking. Is that you doing it again, Raymond? Let's see what our survey results showed.
Okay, survey results. Okay, I know this is a bit complicated to look at, and we've ranked them by adding the goods and excellence together, because we just had to come up with a way of doing it. So our young people thought that a good place to bring up a family is very, very high in the way they see the area. A place where they feel safe, exactly as Nikki was saying, that's great. Jobs and opportunities, though, they see as right at the bottom in terms of good and excellent. And that, again, I think it's just reinforcing the message that we've been saying today, is that we collectively need to get that message across to our young people, that there's a lot more by way of opportunities and so on in the region.
And actually looking at your poll, I think jobs and opportunities was number 7, and it's so far down that it's fallen off the slide.
Yeah, so I don't know what's happened to that. Slido seems to have gone odd.
Any of your thoughts on that? Because I'm sure Peter's got plenty. But any of your thoughts on that?
Right. Okay. Yeah. For
there
some
we are.
reason, Slido isn't coming up on the single screen. I think it's just because it's got more. It has more questions on this one. It was 8. There are 8.
Trudy, can we get the microphone to Trudy,
Sure.
please? The Chief
Vicky?
Executive of North Highland Chamber of Commerce. I'm so on brand.
Brand, I'll just say that actually that's nothing new, because these are all the things that we're talking about, and we know what needs to be changed. So in some way, we should be heartened that we're actually on the same page as the young people, but not so heartened that we're not changing these things quick enough.
That this is the page that we're on. Yeah. I think that absolutely beautifully encapsulates why we're here today. Why we're here today, Trudy, and the scale of the problem. You know that this is a tremendous place in which to live and work and raise a family. It's a safe space, and young people feel safe here. It would be nice if they felt a little more confident in their safety, but they are feeling safe. But what they need is better connectivity, better job opportunities and choices, better transport and network travel, and their needs will then be met. It's like rewriting Maslow's hierarchy of requirements, but without internet right at the top. Right.
Okay.
Would that be a good place at which to break for
Perfect.
lunch? Thank you all so much for your contributions. Thank you all for downloading the app and taking part in that. It was really interesting to see where your thoughts and the thoughts of our young people diverge and where there is that disconnect. Lunch is served. Again, we have the whole of the ground floor. The hotel staff will guide you to where you should be. It's a finger buffet. We've got those stands, so please talk to the people who have taken those there. And we will be starting again at 2:10, where we will hear from our young people about what they really think, not just on paper. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And welcome back. What a fabulous lunch. Yes? Yeah. Can I ask you, please, to put your hands in the air if you had one of the Mackay's famous sausage rolls? Or any, right? Keep your hands in the air if you had 2. And keep your hands in the air if you had 3. Yes! There are some of us in here who are total winners. Just a little plea, a little advert, an ad break. While you're all sitting comfortably, may I introduce the Atomics. This year is the 70th anniversary of, I'm just going to call it Doonray, because that's what everyone calls it here. 70 years that we have had Doonray, and this wonderful book of the history. So many photos, so many people, and their stories have been captured. It's £17.99. I didn't write it. I have nothing to do with this. But all of the proceeds are going to the Doonray Employee Charity. And that means then that there's money in that pot for Doonray employees to decide where that goes. It doesn't go to Doonray employees. It goes to wherever they decide that they're putting their charitable donations. So you will get it on the Doonray stand, which is that way. And I'm sure it's available from all sorts of other wonderful independent local outlets. Advert over. I am actually stepping back from hosting duties for, or more or less, for the next hour or so. I can tell you that Derek Brown will be joining us this afternoon. He is on his way. I think he'll be here about 2:30, but we're not going to let him up onto the stage until we have heard from our young people. That's why I am getting off the stage. Julie Knapp is going to take over this next session. There she is. She will take us through the first half of that, and then she'll hand over to Trudy from North Highland Chamber of Commerce and Developing the Young Workforce as well, and she will take us through the next half of that. If there's time, we will, of course, open it up to questions from you in the audience. So if that sounds all right with you, and actually you don't have an option, I'm going to hand you over to Julie Knapp. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Oh, last time I had a microphone, I was singing, but I won't do that today. You're safe. Okay, well, my name is Judy Knapp, and I'm the new DYW Programme Manager for North Highland Chamber of Commerce. And alongside me on stage, at the end there, we have Nicola Swanson, who is one of the DYW coordinators. She's based in Wick High School and also Kinlochbervie. And then next to me here, I've got Alice Nicholson, again, a DYW coordinator based in Thurso in Kinlochbervie. And sitting in the audience there is Natasha Mackay. She's our coordinator for Farr High School. And unfortunately, Stacey McDonald, who does Golspie and Dornet, can't be here today, but she's our other coordinator. And last but by no means least, we have our fantastic panel of students here to talk to you. You've seen them all. They're very famous. They were in the video earlier, and they will take autographs later. So can I introduce to you, first of all, sitting next to Alice, we've got Aidan Herport. And in the middle there, we've got Logan Pedrossian-Smith. Fantastic surname. And, and at the end there, we've got Brooke. So we're just, Brooke Hill. So we're going to just ask a few questions, or as they say in Scotland, we're just going to have a wee blether between ourselves. Don't worry about everyone out there. They've had lunch. They'll all be falling asleep. They're fine. So, first of all, let's find out. Have any of you got part-time jobs at the moment whilst you're studying hard?
Hello.
Go for it, Logan.
I'm a waiter at the minute at the River House. It's like the old Wetherspoons here. I don't know if any of you know that.
Okay. What about yourself, Aidan? Brooke?
I just had a part-time job at Wickers World. I applied at the start of the summer. I was working for 3 months, but then my boss ended my contract just as they go into a dry spell for the winter.
Oh, we'll find you something else, don't worry.
I currently do not have a job as I'm focusing more on studying.
Brilliant. And for the two of you that do have the jobs, how do you feel about the current work opportunities for students in Caithness at the moment?
I mean, it's okay. Like, there's nothing more than being like a KP or a waiter, like at one of the restaurants around here. I mean, even Mackay's here employs lots of young people, which is good. But apart from that, in the hospitality business, I don't think there's a lot for people my age that are trying to stay in school. If you want to leave school, then you can go and obviously get an apprenticeship from the age of 16, which is obviously good in the engineering sector.
Okay, so how do you feel, any of you can answer, but we know Logan's written lots of notes. So how do you feel the local businesses and the DYW could help you find some part-time work and help you with your future career?
You're now looking maybe for a new job?
Yeah, I'm looking at finding a new job. I was trying to find another part-time job as a server, because I really enjoyed being out in the busy time and working with tons of people.
Anything, Logan? No? No. So how can we at the DYW help you develop your skills further to help you get your dream job? What is your dream job, Brooke? What is it? Because you're going on an adventure, you were just telling me.
I really want to be an archaeologist. So it would be nice to have more like programs or like get to talk to people who've done like jobs like that, but it's kind of hard to find up here.
And you were telling me earlier what your plans are for the future.
I want to go to study archaeology, and then I plan to move abroad to a place like Egypt or Argentina are known for being really good with like archaeology and stuff.
Brilliant. That's so good to hear. But you will come back to Caithness, of course.
Of course.
So, are there any additional resources or support that you wish were available in the area for you now?
I wish we could have like more people come into the school and like speak about like what routes they took to like get their job. Like even if it's not to do with like what I want to do, it would be nice to hear from other people and like get more perspectives on what we could as young people like pursue.
I could add to that, maybe mentoring and shadowing programs in local businesses could be, a huge help. Taking like a few people and just showing them around what an average day in the workplace looks like would be very beneficial for people that haven't decided what they want to do yet and could see what life is actually like in that profession.
I'd like to see more open days at businesses so you can actually see people like working and how you can apply to work there.
We will definitely be looking into that. So, over the past couple of years or since you've been doing different activities, has your choice of career changed from what you originally, when you were a bit younger? You're very young anyway, but when you were a bit younger and you wanted to do something, has it changed a lot?
Mine's not. I've always loved history and wanted to do something in the history field, and archaeology has been on my mind for years now.
I wanted to be a prime minister when I was younger.
I think you still could be.
Well, maybe I should stick into prime minister.
We need it.
No, I'm since trying to look into engineering right now. Get a degree apprenticeship, maybe up here, maybe in England. Who knows? We'll see.
I'd like to get into either CAD or computing science.
And have you always wanted to do that?
Yeah, it's roughly been the same page since I was really little. I liked coding a lot.
So, to all three of you again, so what's your biggest fear for the future?
Definitely not getting like the qualifications I need to do what I want in like university or towards the career I want is definitely my biggest fear.
I'd say getting my job stolen by AI. Spend like 4 years doing a degree and come back and there's no jobs.
Well, once you're Prime Minister, you can ban AI. It'll be good.
Yeah, I'd say as well, my biggest fear is not getting the qualifications, because to put all the effort in and then you don't get the right stuff, and you end high school and then you can't go into the right thing that you want to do.
So from your point of view, would you say your biggest barrier is your qualifications, and do you feel if you maybe didn't get what you were looking for, that's the end of your journey for what you want to do? Is that how you feel? That if you didn't get your grades, that's it, it's over, you have to change your mind and do something else?
I definitely have like a perfectionist mindset, so yeah, that was like done.
Because it's interesting, because a lot of what we're trying to do in our work is to let young people know. Because out of interest in the room, how many people here did the job that they first initially set out to do when they were young? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, a handful of people. So I guess I would just say to you that maybe a lot of the people in the room here who are very well respected in the community, and they do fantastic jobs, and they're contributing really well to living up here, maybe didn't actually get the qualifications they were looking for, and they're doing brilliant jobs. So I would say that's a valid fear, but also at the same time, you're amazing, capable young people. You're sat up here, which is absolutely amazing. You've got the skills to do what you want to do, and I think your grades are important, but you've got some really fantastic skills in you that I think will get you there anyway.
I agree, Alice, yeah. So what platforms do you use to look for when you're looking at things such as apprenticeships or job information? What do you look at? What do you use the most?
I was recently looking on this site. It's called Grad Hacker for degree apprenticeships, and it was really helpful. It's got all of them listed, like all across the UK, Scotland, England, anywhere. That was a helpful site. But also the schools sometimes through DIY, they get posted on our Google Classrooms and our Reg notice boards, which is a good thing as well.
How did you hear about your job at Wickers World when you went for it?
One of my friends already worked at Wickers World, and they said they were looking for people to work there, so I went and applied the first day I heard.
Right, let's move on to some nice things. What do you like to do in your spare time? Hobbies?
Study.
I knew that. Do you not do anything else? You all three of you study the whole time?
I play golf.
Very good. What's your handicap?
Let's not get into that.
Okay. Moving swiftly on.
I do karate, and I have so for about 10 years now. And just this August, I went down to Paisley and I got my black belt.
Wow, that's brilliant. How do you like to connect with your friends? Which platforms do you use for that? Or do you actually meet up with your friends in person and talk to each other?
Definitely social media.
I get together with my friends when we go and like play sports, like tennis, golf, anything like.
Yeah, like I meet up with my friends, but the biggest problem is there's not really much to do and you just end up wandering the streets. So, and one of the biggest problems is bus travel, because on the weekends and at night, there's not many buses to get back and forth.
Do we have anyone from transport or anything here? Sort that out for them? I agree. Even for us, you know, the transport, the bus transport, yeah. Oh. Now, you've attended some DYW events. So do you want to have a chat about those? How did they go?
Yeah, so you've all had your mock interviews when you were in S4. Did you find that was a helpful experience, and what tips did it give you for future?
It was definitely super helpful. I think it was like probably the best like event because it was for everybody. It wasn't optional, like everybody had to do it.
Everybody was forced.
We were all made to do it. We were all made to attend it, but we definitely got good feedback, and it wasn't like scary because they were really nice, so it wasn't as intimidating, I think, as everyone thought it was going to be.
Logan, what do you think?
Yeah, I thought it gave you some good experience because they had lots of different employers. So like they had like Rolls-Royce or like hotels and everything. So you could just get a sort of idea what each sector of the workplace is asking for. and what type of questions you have to answer as well. Like, tell me a bit about yourself and all that.
Aidan?
It was really nice to get to see it because in the past I hadn't actually been interviewed before at all. So it was good to see, like, speaking to someone one-on-one and all the questions you'd be asked.
So do you think that helped then when you went on to then get a job?
Definitely.
So some more sort of specific events that you guys have attended. Brooke, you were on a peatlands restoration trip with some of your geography class. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that one?
Well, it was a very, very cold day. So it was hard to focus because my fingers were freezing off, but it was really educational to hear about like peatland because we don't necessarily learn about it in geography, but it was like nice to know about like the history of it and how important it is to like Caithness and stuff.
And Logan, you've been at a few different things. You were at a trip to Wick Airport at one point. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, they sort of took us around all the steps involved in like getting the one flight that runs at the minute at Wick Airport. But it actually highlighted how many different steps there are to it. You know, the air traffic controllers, firefighters, the people that scan your bags and that. It's like, it's a huge process to even get one flight on. Like.
Emphasising the one again. Very good.
And so you also participated in the Dee Bleakley leadership workshop, and I remember you saying how you struggle to study because you like to get distracted by playing snooker. So do you think that that workshop gave you some good tips about how to keep your mindset motivated?
Yeah, definitely. It told me like to focus on the future and what goal you're looking to achieve in the long term instead of thinking, you know, short term what you need to do, and that helped me with like revising in school and everything and maintaining focus in class, definitely.
Okay, good. So do you guys think there are any sectors that are underrepresented by DYW or anything else you think that, I know you've mentioned a few things already that you'd like to see, but is there any particular industries that you'd like to hear from in future?
Maybe something helping you build your CVs for the future would be a good event to run for DIW, because I mean, everyone's got to have a CV basically, regardless of what job. So I think that would be hugely beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, that's a good one. Anyone else?
Anything history related?
Aidan?
I'd like to see more stuff to do with computing. There's not a lot that you see up here.
Yeah, that's true. So we can try and organise some more things.
Absolutely, into our already busy schedule. Fantastic. Right, if you three are okay, any questions from the floor? Oh, hello. Do you want a microphone?
Actually, it's not so much a question. It's really refreshing hearing some of the contributions that you're giving, because sometimes the folks in here, and I include me and Peter Frachenda in that, and the age that we're at, and Trudy's fast on our tails. They gave me the microphone. But there are, some of us in here are involved in some of the things that you're talking about there just now. And sometimes a little wake-up call for us is a good thing. And so I'm actually going to arrange, I'm going to speak to the DYW supporters that you have. You were talking about the ability to have a look at how it actually all works and to get an insight into all of that. So how about us? I'm a trustee of the Flow Country Partnership. So there's an invitation to you to come along to that meeting and meet the people who make that work. Aidan, apart from the fact that I know that your granddad's going to nip my ear the next time he's past my garden about your bus transport. Let's meet up. Let's have a chat as the leader of the council, as well as a local member of council, and let's get an insight into your thoughts in terms of rural bus transport provision for young people. Yeah. The other one I've got here, the airport. Hello, Doogie. Have you met Doogie before?
Yeah.
We have the WIC John O'Groats Airport Joint Consultative Committee. Doogie's the manager of the airport. I'm the chair of the committee. So Logan, you have an invitation to come along to that committee and give us your insight, direct right into that committee. So therefore, all three of you, you now have, because of your representation here today, I hope that I have the support of everybody here who are on those committees. Let's get them along and let's give them a little bit of an insight direct into it so that they can feed into it. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you so much. Anyone else like to ask anything? Oh, yep, hands going up there.
Thank you. I would just like to ask our panel of students, do any of them do any volunteering? And do any members of the DYW interact with any volunteering groups who might be able to offer some opportunities for people to volunteer, and that looks really good on your CV?
I did a bit of volunteering myself with the WIC Paths group a few times. But with DIW, I remember getting the Saltire Award for volunteering or something like that. Although there could be a bit more.
We do try and encourage volunteering for CBs as well, so we do have contacts in the Bignald ward at Caithness General, so a lot of our S6s, once they reach that stage, they can volunteer in their free periods, which these guys are a bit young for yet. But yeah, S6 tends to be the time that they have more free time during a school day to go out volunteering, but that's not to say that they can't do some after school and at weekends if they want to at a younger age.
Are there any platforms that you'd like to see job opportunities and things that you can do on in particular that'd be easier to access than others?
Maybe an Instagram page or something that could help. Like you can follow and you'd get notified about any new job listings and that. Maybe separate them by each sector so you can follow whichever sector you'd like to keep up with. That would be something I would be interested in.
Anyone else?
I just want to say, well done, really insightful. But also, I would just say, we obviously run the No Wrong Path campaign. It coincides with, obviously, grades coming out in August for exams. There is no wrong path, so my advice to you would be, don't stress about not getting your qualifications, because there are always other routes into these careers. Brooke, I would advise you to, go out on an archaeology dig here, because there's, we've got loads of archaeology stuff. I always call them a pile of old rocks, but that's just me. But, there are other routes into these things, and, for your CAD design, Aidan, go and see an employer that does some of that, Employers love young people coming in, enthusiastic. They're not always worried about grades and things. If you've got enthusiasm and a willingness, then believe me, that goes beyond, not saying that for all those people that think qualifications are good, but that is one of the most important things, a willingness and enthusiasm to get involved, because employers can teach you, So that would be my advice to you.
Thanks, Trudy. Anybody else? How are we doing for time? Okay, last question. Who's having it?
Hello, afternoon. So I'm Angus, I work with Murphy. I think listening to all of you there with all the jobs that are upcoming, there's maybe something we can all do about sharing the opportunities, you know, between archaeology, engineering, CAD, computing. Is probably something that every business touches on from this room, and there's opportunities coming up for the next 10, 15 years. So definitely something can be done there about sharing what is up and coming.
We are going to have to move on now.
Can I just ask, can you please give a nice big round of applause for our 3 students who have done so well?
You took the words out of my mouth. Brilliant, congratulations. And as they swap over, I'll get right out of the way because Trudy is going to host our next session. And I'm delighted to say that Derek Brown has now arrived. Welcome, Derek. Lovely to see you. What I was going to say, and I've completely lost my train of thought with seeing Derek Brown walking up the aisle there, was I'm so impressed that you know at this relatively tender age what it is that you want to do with your lives. I had no idea at that age, and in fact, if you count the number of kind of careers and job changes I've had, you'd be horrified. And I also started being a trainee again at the age of 58. So no wrong path, and it's never too late to change your mind or to switch and do something else that catches your eye. Thank you all very, very much, and to our DYW crew as well for facilitating that. Noticing your smiles are all a little bit wider than they were when you were up on stage. Thank goodness that is over. I'm going to invite Trudy now to come up, and she is going to introduce the participants for our next session. Thank you very much, Trudy.
Thanks very much, Nikki. So what we have here now is we've gone from high school up to, hello, who are you?
I'm Professor Roxanne Anderson. I'm with the University of the Highlands and Islands. I do peatland science.
Sorry that we're not on this panel. You don't qualify for a young person. I was totally confused and thought somebody had set me up here. Sorry, Roxanne. Do you want to? So we've gone from high school and now we've gone a little bit older. And not saying that you're old, but we're one step along now in the career journey. So would you like to introduce yourselves? We'll start from this end.
I'm David James. I'm a second-year graduate physicist at NRS Dounreay.
Hi, my name's Ashley Kogel, and I am a business management graduate apprentice at the Highlands and Islands Climate Hub.
Hi, I'm Abby Harold, and I'm a business administration apprentice at Gowes in Leipster.
So we've got an apprentice, a graduate apprenticeship, a graduate apprentice, and a graduate. So, David, can you tell us what you studied at university and what you studied?
I studied physics at Durham University in the north of England.
Okay. Ashley?
So I am currently studying business management at Heriot-Watt University, along with working at the Climate Hub. That's part of my qualification. It builds into getting that degree.
Okay, I've mixed up my questions here already. So we'll go back to David. So why did you come to Caithness?
I came specifically for Dounreay, I think it's fair to say. I was looking for graduate jobs that would fit my physics background and would allow me to carry on doing, I'm sorry if this is anticipating your questions you've got down the line, Trudy.
That's okay, carry on.
I was looking for graduate jobs that would fit my physics background, allow me to continue doing physics, but not in such an academic context. And then nuclear appealed to me because it was an interesting application of that, but something it's got quite obvious social benefit. You know, I'm a big believer in nuclear power as a force for good in the world, and so being involved in that in any way was very appealing to me. And Dounreay Dounreay took me on, so I've come up here a year ago and never looked back.
Okay, Abby, you've always lived in Caithness, is that right?
Yeah, I've always lived in Wick.
So which high school did you go to?
I went to Wick High School.
Okay, and what inspired you to apply for an apprenticeship then?
Well, I knew that I didn't really want to move away, like all my family and stuff's here, and I've got hobbies and friends, and I enjoy doing business at school. And I seen that Gow's were advertising for an apprentice, and then I looked into it, and I was lucky enough to get the job. So
And you're enjoying it?
yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's good.
Because you'd have to say that, Cassandra
I know
and
she's
William.
here.
So, Ashley, have you always lived in Caithness?
I have, yes. I live in Dunnet, and a lot of my family are in Dunnet as well, so very connected to Caithness.
But tell us, you went away, didn't you?
I did. So I finished 6th year and I went to Heriot Watt to study actuarial science, and then I swapped courses and I'm back in Caithness doing business management now.
Okay, so why did you come back?
It was a variation of reasons, but the bottom line was that uni wasn't for me, and I was looking for a different opportunity. During 6th year, I had taken part in Young Enterprise, so I'd gotten a big part of that was setting up your own business, marketing a product, selling it alongside doing hires, advanced hires. So I'd adapted into that sort of style of learning at school and then going home, and our product was called Socialize, so I'd be doing some social media posts or I'd be speaking to our suppliers. So I didn't know it at the time, but I'd very much, my learning from school was going into Socialize, and what I was doing in Socialize was going into school. So that workplace learning was a big part of that. And then when I went to university and I was purely academic again, I found it really hard to apply that learning into what my job was actually going to look like. And as well, actuarial science was a lot more mathsy than I had been led to believe, which was a bit of a shock when I got there. So I was swapping to business, and when a graduate apprenticeship looked like a way that I could also do it and work, I jumped at the opportunity to do that.
And just to say that Ashley actually took the Young Enterprise program in Thurso High School, and she actually took the team all the way to the UK finals. So a great achievement. And you've actually stayed involved in Young Enterprise, haven't you?
I have, yeah. So I am now a member of the Highland and Murray local area team. So each year we're still supporting the student companies who are doing it here. But I have to say, we did go to the UK finals with a very good business mentor. She opened a lot of doors for us.
Might have been me. So, David, did you find the move easy to Caithness?
I did, yeah. I grew up on Mull on the west coast, so Caithness is kind of like Mull, but there's more going on, if you can believe it. So coming from that obviously quite remote rural background, the culture shock wasn't really a phenomenon for me, and I think coming up as part of a cohort of graduates, many of whom were also moving up from around the country, it was an advantage of that there's this kind of ready-made peer group that you naturally kind of fall in with, so that the social aspect and the fear of being in a new place, I think that was very much allayed by that as well.
Okay, that's interesting. So, Abby, tell us, what does your day job consist of, if it's not top secret?
So I'm doing college as well. So I do like work. I work full time, and then I'm doing college as well. So usually, like when I'm not as busy at work or I've got free time, I prioritize doing college as well. But I just do like general admin, document control as well.
Okay. And Ashley, I think you told us a bit about what you do, but give us a bit more in terms of the graduate apprenticeship, because obviously when you came back, I remember you got in touch, there wasn't a lot of opportunities for graduate apprenticeships. It's not something that we see offered a lot. So tell us, what does it involve? Because some people don't understand, you're studying your degree. So in terms of time-wise, how does that fit in terms of what you do during the day?
Yeah, so for me, my degree is very much integrated with my work. I work in the workplace 4 days a week, and then 1 day a week is reserved for uni. So it's still quite the traditional uni layout. I tend to have a couple lectures a week. I've got readings of books to do, chapters to do, and our assignments are very similar to how you would do on a normal undergrad. But it all links back to my organisation, which is the Highlands and Islands Climate Hub. So every module that I do, I'm not picking a different organisation to do a case study on. I'm going back into the Climate Hub and what I'm doing within my own role. And it's been really great because it's meant that my job has been able to evolve with my degree. So I've just started third year. And during second year, it was very much the foundations of business. I was studying accounting, marketing, sort of culture in the workplace. And that allowed me to I kind of moved through the organisation doing different things. And then coming into this year, I'm more looking at strategy. So my day job has been able to become more project support, more enabling business development side. So it's been great for me to develop my professional skills.
Excellent. So David, there's a perception that not a lot goes on at Dounreay.
I don't know about that. I've never heard that before.
That's just for my colleagues across there. So tell us, what does being a graduate at Dounreay actually involve? Because I've obviously met you in various settings, in meetings that I've been in. So give us an insight into that.
So the way the Dounreay graduate program works is you are taken on for 2 years, and generally you will do 4 6-month placements around the site, but you're given an awful lot of freedom in terms of what placements you're able to do, which I think is a real bonus. So I came on, as I said, as a physicist, but in fact my first placement was working in the socioeconomics team with some people who are in the audience, which I enjoyed very, very much, and again found a really it was a fascinating and really useful insight into the area, and I think gives a good context to the kind of the technical work that I do now. So I've since then been working in more scientific, more technical roles. Currently working in one of the program waste teams on site. So interfacing with projects that are going on and helping them organise how they measure their waste. What measurements, what sources of expertise we need to draw on site in order to make sure we're doing everything as safely and efficiently as we possibly can.
Okay, that's great. So Abby, you obviously chose to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you best like about Caithness?
I'd say like a community, like it is like a tight like community, and it's such like a nice place as well to live. And like I think it's definitely important to keep young people here as well.
Good. What about you, Ashley?
I would totally have to agree with that. We have a great sense of community. Our industry is really great. I know firsthand we have a great food and drink in Caithness. Lots to do at the weekends. And it's really the people that makes Caithness for me, not to steal Glasgow's slogan. Yeah, definitely the people and the sense of community that we have.
David, you're obviously an outsider. Well, you're
Shall I leave?
I mean that politely, that you've come into the community rather than being brought up here. I wasn't being nasty.
What I like best about Caithness, I think the community. The community, as has already been said, I think it's wonderful. I think people are very friendly here, and I think growing up on Mull again, I figured that would be the case. That's I think common to a lot of the more remote and rural parts of the country. I think the quality of life that Caithness has to offer, I think, is just fantastic. I think the cost of living is extraordinary compared to what you'll usually find in cities. The range of activities you've got to do, having the countryside on your doorstep. I just love it here. I really do think the quality of life is fantastic.
Okay, so you've obviously talked about some of the things that are you can do. Obviously, you said there was a network, that you get involved in, etc., of people of your own age. So where do you see yourself in 5 years' time?
It's difficult to say. I've never had a good answer to that question at any point in my life, so I'm not sure that it's any different now. Geographically, I certainly would like to be here. I have, personal life reasons, my long-distance relationship with my girlfriend who's studying in the Central Belt, that I think may end up meaning that I would leave here if I can't convince her to move up. But that's years away, and I think in 5 years' time I could very happily imagine myself still being here.
We'd all be quite happy to have a conversation with your girlfriend to get her to move up here.
If anyone, she's studying a master's at Edinburgh now. If anyone's looking to hire nationalism scholars for any reason, give me a shout.
There you go. We need to get young people and their partners up here. So there's a challenge for us. Ashley, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Gosh, a loaded question. Well, 5 years. The 2-year plan is to get my degree. That's kind of the blinkers are on just now, just to get there. And beyond that, I'm really hoping that throughout the course of my degree, I'll have found the sort of area of business strategy, business development that I like the best and be pursuing a career in that. But that's yet to be defined. And I think I'm quite happy just to see where I go.
Maybe start your own business. What about you, Abby?
Well, short-term goal, I'd like to get qualified and be a qualified administrator, and hopefully still living here in 5 years, doing administration.
Okay, so if you had advice for employers looking to hire apprentices or young people, what do you think that would be?
I'd definitely say, like, if you have the opportunity to employ a young person, like, definitely go for it, because it's keeping young people in the community, and I've loved my apprenticeship, and I feel like I've learned so much being able to work as well as gain a qualification.
Ashley, what would your advice be about hiring young people, and especially graduate apprentices?
I think graduate apprenticeships offer a really unique value to companies. The work that I'm doing at university and what the uni pushes us to do is to help develop the organisation as well, because they can see you're investing so much in developing this young person. You want to be able to prove it to yourself that it's worthwhile for your business and going to develop you. So, for example, this semester I'll be conducting a strategic report on our organisation that then I can share with my manager, and we can look at how we can actually adopt what I'm doing at university into the organisation. So I think it's maybe understanding how it can have value to you as well, and sort of using that for maybe your older staff as well as continued professional development. It's not just young people that I have on my course, so the scope for graduate apprenticeships is so large as well.
So David, what would your advice be about hiring graduates? And I'm particularly thinking of businesses outside of Dounreay.
I think, well, my first piece of advice to anyone thinking of doing it is like Abby said, do it. It's a fantastic way to keep people in the community, of course, and hopefully attract new people up as well. But also, hopefully, I think as the precedent from Dounreay can show, there's a great track record there of people coming on as graduates, and as the years go by, sticking around and continuing to add an awful lot of value to what the business does. So I think the opportunity for yourself and for the community definitely is there. But in terms of what happens when you've actually hired someone, the key, I think, is just continue giving them opportunities, and mentorship as well, I think, is very important. I think that's two things Dounreay does very well that I've benefited an awful lot from in the past year. I mean, I'm not just saying that because the colleagues I've worked with are in the room, but
the MD sitting in the second row.
But as well as the steady stream of really good, interesting, stimulating work that allows me to develop, I think that's very important. But also there's a program of one-to-one mentorship that goes on the graduate program at Dounreay. So I'm not sure if I better check. My mentor's not in the room now. No, he's not. But I've really benefited from that, and I think that again, that investment you put in people early on, it continues to pay dividends as the years go by.
Okay, thank you. So we've got young people in the room. What would your one message be to them, Abby?
I'd say definitely see what there is, what opportunities there is locally, because I feel like sometimes it's not maybe you don't know there is, but there is really good opportunities here. I feel like a lot of people maybe jump to just going straight to uni or moving away, but I think there's a lot that you can do here. So yeah, just look to see what's available for you here.
And what would be the best platform to do that on?
I know that the DYW, when I was in school, they had a lot of workshops and stuff that took local employers in, and I found it really helpful as well.
It's a good plug for you guys. Ashley?
I think don't be afraid to think outside the box of what you think you already like. I've done opportunities throughout school. I've worked in jobs that maybe have shown me that I don't particularly like this element, or I couldn't see myself doing a career in that. But I think that's as valuable as finding what you like, because if you can kind of rule out stuff as well, that makes you know that the goals that you're setting for yourself are definitely right as well. So don't be disheartened if you don't like something. That's just redirection.
Good advice. David?
I think to add to what's already been said, I think the advice I've followed in terms of identifying what I want to do with my life is to first of all think about what's important to you and what will bring you satisfaction in a career, but then also think about what you enjoy doing day to day, and then try and find a career that makes both of those work together. And I've alluded to already how that's for me that's meant coming to Dounreay, but everyone's answer will be different. But I think it's important to think for yourself about that, and I should say quite often I hope you'll find the answer will take you back here, and might even take you to Dounreay.
We don't want everybody to go to Dounreay, David. Anyway, I think a round of applause for our young people. Have we got time for any questions? Or?
We do have time for maybe one question, but I'd like to know if, I really liked what you said about mentoring, and you work with the mentor one-to-one, and that you get a lot from that. But I know people who have mentored and who do mentor and who get an awful lot from that, from being a mentor. Can I just ask if there's anyone in the room who does mentor somebody in the way that David has mentored? And if they'd be prepared to share what, and everyone's hand go down, if they'd be able just to share what it is. Can we have the mic over here, Vicky? Put your hand up, gentleman in the pink shirt. What does it mean to you to be a mentor? Because I think it's really nice that you raised that. Thank you, David.
So yeah, I was a graduate in 2020 to 2022.
Sorry, you're at Murphy.
I'm with Murphy.
Yeah.
So I've done my apprenticeship, my graduate scheme with Murphy, and off the back of that, I decided that I would take on a mentor to try and help them. So I've now got a first-year procurement graduate who's based on the London power tunnels. So someone that is completely, irrespective of what I do today, but I can impart on them what I did. So I did engineering, and I'm now into project management, so a complete, flip of direction, but it allows me to impart kind of the knowledge I've learned, and even for them, whether they want to stay in the business or not, you can also help them with CV building, cover letters, absolutely anything that helps them in the day-to-day, and it helps me reflect on that for myself as well. So, how I can maybe help someone younger within the business grow a little bit of knowledge, or maybe point them in a few directions of maybe there's something you're not quite firm on now, but we can sort of steer you in the direction of.
And what about the time? Just a quick follow-up from you. What about the time element of that? Because everyone talks about, there's so much to do, and we're so busy, and we've got so many deadlines and so many other things to do. And then there's your mentor knocking at the door and saying, I just wanted to run something past you. Are there times you just think, I wish I'd never done that? Or does it give you that new zest for life and realise that, do you know what, there is so much more to a job than just doing the job?
Yeah, sure. To be honest, it takes no time out of the day. It's half an hour once a month on a touch base, and then just Teams messages here and there. So it's no worse than everyone texting their partners.
Everyone else sending you
work.
Teams messages.
Yeah, it's a 30-second on Teams, and you're steering the right direction. So it takes no time out of your day.
That's really, really interesting. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? We've maybe got time for one quick question. If anyone has something that they'd like to ask or add to what's already been said. But I think it was very, very comprehensive and really lovely to get those three very different experiences. Ashley, I know what a graduate apprentice is, but I hadn't really understood exactly how it works. So, Trudy, thank you for asking that, and Ashley, thank you for explaining that so incredibly well. Really, really lovely to hear all of your experiences. Is it too rude to ask you, Trudy, what you'd like to do in 5 years' time, where you see yourself?
I'm the little old lady in the street, remember?
I set it up for you. I set it up. Please give our panel a huge round of applause. Thank you all so much. Now, just before we move on to the next panel session, Roxanne, the next one, Roxanne, I'm delighted to say that Derek Brown has arrived. You probably all saw him very subtly coming right up the centre aisle here, moving right across and taking a seat at the front. Derek's had a really busy day. He's got a pretty busy job. But I think when we heard from Finlay this morning, what Derek may have done, and I'm not blowing smoke up anywhere. I'm not blowing smoke anywhere. It sounded to me as though Finlay had been given permission to finally do the job that he wants to do and has wanted to do for all these years in really helping to regenerate Highland. I'm not sure if that's anything to do with you, Derek. But what I will say is if there's anybody who should know about helping get the message of all the opportunities that there are right across Highland, but in particular in this part of North Highland, into the hands of younger people and their families and their teachers, it should be someone like Derek, who has spent the start of his career working in education as a teacher and as all sorts of other things, and then as a director of education as well. I'm going to just take a little bit out of his speech for him. He's no doubt about to tell you that he's the only person he knows that started a career in Madrid and ended up back in Motherwell. So there you go. You don't need to say that. Derek Brown, thank you very much for joining us. Up you go. The stage is yours.
That was a sort of terrifying introduction, Nikki, to be honest. And given what happened to Roxanne, I just wonder how long it'll be before Trudy pulls me. So hopefully I'm fine. Hopefully I'm fine. And thank you for the invite. I really do appreciate it. I actually hugely benefit from working with the Focus North Partnership. And there's people in the room that know what I mean. And it really is about bringing all the worlds together of the public and private sector and marshalling all the forces that we have between us for the benefit of the future, to sustain community, to grow businesses, sustain community, create opportunities for people. And that's what's always driven me my whole career. I was a teacher, I was a head teacher. We've got Caithness Educational Royalty and Fiona Grant in the room up at the back there. Terrific person who knows much more about being a head teacher than I did. She did it for longer than I did. But there's a lot to be proud of in the work that Caithness does and has done over time to develop people and to develop business and to develop opportunities. So I'm going to talk about Highland Council. I'm going to give you a sort of broader context that contextualises the work of young Finlay MacDonald over here and the terrific things he's doing and what we're trying to do with partners. So I'm hoping that when I press this button, things are going to start to happen. I came to the council 2 years ago, and an awful lot's happened under the leadership of Raymond Bremner and his administration. And I guess I was given permission to embrace change. So the privilege of working in local government is that you're curating services that affect people's lives from before they're born until the very end of their life. And literally, our nurses will be with you before you're born, and our bereavement services will put you in the ground at the end of your life. And in various ways, throughout that life journey, we'll touch your lives in different ways, depending on what you need and depending on where you are. It's a huge geography, Highland. We have a population base of 235,000 people. We have a net revenue budget of £818 million. So we have huge things to do, and I would like us to have more resource than we have, because a council that's made £218 million of cuts in the last 11 years. But it's my job to try and have a strategy, to try and forge a way forward, to build the sort of partnerships that we need and to build the programmes that we need for investment and for improvement. So that just shows the scope of our challenge. I've just come here from Kinlochbervie today. I was in Ullapool last night, 4,000 miles of road. We're not funded for roads. No, we're not funded for geography. We're funded for head of population. And we are the largest land mass authority in the UK, and an area, people will tell you, larger than Belgium. So it does present challenges. But we just have to work with what we have and make the best of it. But it just shows the scope of our operation, which is massive. And when I came into the council 2 years ago, you know, what you've got to do in any business, in any company, is you've got to focus on your biggest challenges, and you've got to make sure you've got a strategy. So with Raymond's approval, we brought papers in December 2023 on the population challenge facing the Highlands. So we do have the 7th largest population in Scotland. We have high levels of inward migration, and we've seen some of that today in the people who have been speaking. We have 9,000 children living in poverty, and we've got about 9,000 people on the first priority waiting list for social housing. So I need to build houses, and I need to bring jobs. I need to create the context and conditions in which families will come and thrive. Can't do that on my own. I need partners. I need private sector partners and public sector partners. Great to see Grant here from High. But the thing that should worry us is that there is a projected growth in the over 75 population in the next 20 years of 70%. Meanwhile, there's a projected diminution of the 0 to 15 population in the same period. So that's a sort of perfect storm. We need to keep people here. We need to attract people here. And also, just on the population projections that were taken in 2022, if we do nothing, we were projecting population fall in Caithness and Sutherland. So we must intervene. So this is a challenge to Highland Council. How does it intervene with purpose to strengthen different local areas, to sort of devolve power, responsibility, resource, to make sure that areas such as Caithness can thrive? And again, we're not doing that on our own. So one of our big things is to focus on levers for change. So they are things like grid, they are things like digital, housing, roads, care, you know, and workforce. And what was fantastic about the panels that I've just watched was, and this is very important to me obviously with my background, was the real focus on how you develop those pathways to workforce development. And you've got to be demand-led. You've got to start with what businesses need. And really, you've got to help businesses to sort of define that. And one of the great privileges of my role is I do spend a lot of time with business leaders, and I am able to talk to them about how they can best develop their brand, sell themselves to a future workforce, see investment in mentoring and development of programmes involving school children as a form of soft recruitment, and actually help them solve their sort of future workforce challenges through investing in programmes that are actually applicable to their company, whatever it is. And we need to do much more. So we've got good things to build on, but I would like it to be much more system-wide. We've got great opportunities, and Grant would be the expert in all of this, but basically we've got massive energy opportunities in the area as a whole. It's our job together to secure a legacy of investment for communities. So what does that look like? And I'm not going to spend too much on those, but you know, the Freeport in particular, what we're really talking to them about is how can we spread out some of that economic boom, if you like, that's about to hit the inner Murray Firth area, and invest in ports around the Highlands so they can be part of the supply chain. How do you connect up, you know, Scrabster, etc., Wick, to the work that's being done, the terrific work that's being done around Deepwater Quayside, around about Inverness and Cromarty Firth ports, the 5 ports. We've had some great stuff recently in terms of innovation ourselves. The RIF, the Recycling Improvement Fund, was a terrific example of business innovation within the council. It's won a lot of awards. Basically, we took £6 million of government grant, and we split out all the bin collections for 100,000 residencies. That's made us much more waste efficient, and that's allowed us to save about £2 million in recurring revenue, but it also meant in the UK government's waste levy, we were given back a return of £7 million this year. So that's in recognition of the fact that we're waste efficient in our delivery. And in the store, and this is a thing that hopefully we'll be able to do something in the Caithness and Sutherland areas, the store is where we basically developed a visitor experience. And we put a demountable on the side of the mountain, and we built a sort of commercial operation working closely with Sky businesses. So all the merch in the store is all Sky merchandise. And for the 450,000 capital investment, we're taking in through the till 500,000 a year, plus 500,000 in the car park. Now, no, I think Sky businesses probably thought, we're not sure that'll work. I know this is true from the conversations I've had, but it really has worked. So if you've got think of this, everybody, if you've got a site where it's got passing traffic, a site of iconic importance or beauty, an activity you can do when you're there, some existing council land or infrastructure or partners, and something that's brandable, and businesses you can work with locally to develop the merch, then we can work with you. So answers on a postcard, if you wouldn't mind. But we're looking at a few at the moment. Smooth, for example, is one we will do. But there's others potentially in this area that we'd like to do as well. So that's quite sort of like commercially minded. It's quite innovative. I really think the council's got to be much more business-like and develop more income. When I came to the company in 23-24, we were taking in £61 million of income. It's now at 72 million. Because we took in 72 million, we were able to set one of the lowest council taxes in the country. So therefore, passing on less cost to the consumer would be the sort of business terminology for that. But we were able to do it. Our big plan at the moment is housing. really, a recent housing needs demand assessment tells us we have to double our build-out rate. We normally do 1,200 houses a year through our public-private sector partnership, 700 in the private sector, 500 in the public sector, or affordable. We need to double that. So recently we did a housing challenge summit, and we worked with all our developers. We did a call for sites. We've had 300 submissions for 250 sites, yielding a potential 25,000 houses. So we can meet our challenge. There is a challenge to public sector landlords to maybe give us more land, and some of the land we have will be difficult to develop. So now we're really working on bringing the financial solutions and bringing the sort of the ways in which we can take the costs of construction out, develop developer capacity so they can build more quickly and more easily. And also we're really keenly concerned with the question of ownership, because in the current system we've got such a big discrepancy between wages and house prices that it's difficult for people to get on the market. And obviously the second homes is an issue for us because people are just buying off the plan to convert to second homes, and that's creating a problem in terms of having enough stock for people who want housing. So it becomes a thing we have to think about how we navigate that within the existing regulations that are available. But it's definitely something we're critically engaged in discussing with Scottish Government. So I'm quite keen to sort of pursue that element of ownership. But really, if you build 25,000 houses and 25% of them go into the sort of social housing category, we would solve over that period most of our housing needs. And we'd be able to do that across the piece, across the whole of the Highlands. So what that looks like in Caithness is what I really want to work with Focus North on and with other partners, because I think that's really part of the intriguing partnership we might have with people here. And obviously, Finlay will have talked to you in detail about his plans for his pods. So I'm not going to bore you with that, other than to say nobody's built a school in Thurso since the 1960s. So when this school is built, it'll be the first one since. Highland Council has been in place since 1996, and it's necessary. And the opportunity for co-location, co-production with HI, with UHI, with NDA, etc., and with other partners, with the Chamber of Commerce as well, massive in terms of what it could really drive in terms of business innovation, business incubation, business growth. Because unless we grow our businesses, we're not going to create that population in the future that will pay for all the social care that people are going to need in the area. So we have to be a vibrant economic force. So if you think about it, the 2.1 billion that the council will put into schools, the 6 billion that it will take the private sector and public sector combined to build the 25,000 houses, plus all the things we'll be able to take from social value, from the Green Freeport, from the SSEN developments, you're looking at potentially, over the course of the next 10-15 years, about £10 billion of investment. And then that's going to be in two categories. So there are regional things, which will be pan all the areas, major kind of roads, infrastructure investments, and then there's sort of what I'm calling area-based planning. So what does Caithness need? I was talking this morning to the North West Highland 2045 group in Kinloch Bervie about their list of things. And I'm meeting with a group in Fort William pretty soon about the Fort William 2040 project. So the great thing is to have that list of local projects. And what I want is one long list of projects for the whole of the Highlands, incorporating the larger ones and the more localised ones, so we can then make the case for investment and seek the external sources of funding that are available. And obviously, we've got an ongoing programme to sustain tourism. So this is based on the legislation. It's about infrastructure improvement. It's about cultural and community, helping communities to define their tourism offering. It's providing that business support to people to grow, and also curating some major projects, as I've just outlined. And I suppose in terms of key revenue investments and what will be pertinent to here, Raymond's administration, Councillor Bremner, identified £2 million of investment and recurring revenue that it wished to put into particular things. So one of the things here is the £250,000 of additional investment for respite provision, and that's for things like Thor House, etc. And that's to add to the 500,000 we already have for that. So there are plans coming forward for making sure families have that. But you can see we also want to look at how our council operates differently in the future. And that's about making sites come alive for people, community development, more effective estates and business management, and working with partners. So we also have some major developments. Recently we purchased D&E coaches. We're now running bus companies. So we had our own in-house company, which had about 20 buses and 25 drivers. D&E has about 50 buses, 60 drivers. So now we've got some major transport infrastructure and opportunity, but we've also set aside £6 million to further invest in that. That could be further acquisitions, or it could just simply be, building the stock, creating more drivers, building the business plan. And we're locked into contracts at the moment, but there'll be an opportunity for our elected members in due course to determine how we wish to take that business forward. But really, in effect, we're creating a sort of Lothian Buses of the Highlands. And it's probably to do with repeated instances of market failure where really the private sector haven't found the margins. So the state sector, there's certain things that the council has to decide, is it in this market or is it not? But the council tends to have to go into markets where the market's struggling because the margin isn't there. So it's really about that private sector partnership again and working out which things should a public sector body be in and which things should it not be in. Most excitingly for me, and this is why, and this again was a challenge to me from Raymond, probably what's happened in 11 years of basically budget constriction, £218 million of cuts in 11 years, probably it's led to salami slicing, and that's probably led to centralisation. Now, I love the whole of the Highlands. When Raymond asked me the question in an interview 2.5 years ago, why you, why now, why the Highlands, I say the following: I love the culture of the Highlands, the history, the heritage, the music, the art, the literature, the history. I love the language, I'm learning Gaelic. Thank you, Raymond. Daplev. That's where I start struggling. But I'm a professional and I'm here for the future, and the Highlands needs a socio-economic transformation. You can see it in the numbers. So we just all have to believe we're good enough and we have to be strong enough together to deliver it. But a big part of that is devolving council operations and making them more applicable to communities, more responsive to individuals and communities, more devolved and locally operating, more integrated as entities with partners. And so there's no point in building new hubs, new pods, new campuses, unless you can get people working differently within them. So you have to have your pod and your future operating model together. So we are starting to pilot that. And there will be sites in Caithness at which we do that in the next a year or two. And people will start to see the benefits of that. And out of that will come the Future Council. So ladies and gentlemen, that's just my overview. Can I say I'm very proud to be Chief Executive of Highland Council. There's an awful lot to do, but you'll notice we've got plans in place for our schools, for our housing, to grow our businesses. Can I just give you, if it's okay, Nikki, if you wouldn't mind, just very quickly, I'll just read a couple of... Not a song? You don't want a song? You normally want a song. Sorry, apologies. Okay, so our Highland Investment Plan will invest £400 million in public construction activities in the next 5 years. Finley's talked about it, but these contracts will go out through Hub North, and we might do some ourselves as well. At the moment, we've also got 175 million capital investments in the roads plan for the same period. We are investing £65 million at the moment at the upgrade of Uig Harbour through RG MacLeod. £5.2 million of investment that goes into the ferry terminal in Uig through Robertson. We've got £12 million going into the Naver Bridge through Wills Brothers. We've got £44.8 million into the Inverness Castle and Energy Hub through Bancon Construction. We have got £57 million of investment into the Corn Ferry for both the quayside and also for the new ferry. 10 million of that came from the council, and another 47 was the redistribution of projects that were really earmarked for the sort of Inverness area, and we've moved them to Corn. Shows the power of Highland Council. If there's a need in an area, we can move money. We are big enough to do it. And we also have £7 million of rural community tourism projects in the West and North Highlands at the moment, and including things like upgrades to public conveniences as well. And I've mentioned the significant investment into D&E also. So look, we are already doing a lot of investment, but the plan is to ramp it up and do even more. So businesses will benefit from that. Their supply chain will benefit. The last thing I want to say, I want a Highland supply chain for major construction projects. I don't want to be dragging down the Central Belt to Lanarkshire for the supply chain. That's not going to help me. I need to build local, solid supply chain arrangements so that we can all grow together. So hopefully that's good news for you, and you can see how that should benefit all of us. And it actually should take the cost of construction out as we go along. That's the whole point, is to try and build it and make it stronger and more sustainable. That's me, Nikki. Thank you very much. Cheers.
You've got everything you need? Yeah, I think that's all mine. Thank you very much, Derek Brown, for that overview of, my goodness, so much investment, so much ambition, and so much positivity. We are reaching the last half hour of our day, and what I'd like to do now is really talk to some of those companies, and that does include you, Roxanne. Talk to some of those companies, I'm so sorry, who are really doing loads, those organisations who are already doing lots, are already working with a lot of young people. Find out, first of all, a snapshot of where everybody is, and then what are the opportunities, what's working for them, what's not working for them, and how can they bring more young people on board. So if that's all right with you, I would like, please, and I'm going to ask you to sit in order that I kind of read this out. I'm going to take this chair completely out of the way. I'm going to stand here, and if we can have Dave Wilson, who is the Managing Director of NRS Dounreay, and Dave, if you can come up and take the red seat right over there. There is no significance in it being the only red seat, I promise, Dave. But prompted by Trudy, I might actually ask if there's very much that goes on along there. Mark Williams, Operations Manager for Murphy, if you could come up and take the next one. I have a little prop for Mark, and a little prop from Mark. If you didn't get any of these jelly babies, well, I'm not sharing any of mine. Professor Roxanne Anderson, Professor of Peatland Science. Don't you just love it when people are enthusiastic and can't wait to get onto the stage?
I was just a bit too keen.
Weren't you just? And we love that. We'll never, ever, ever lose any of that, Roxanne. Ewan Walker, Project Director with Ayr Offshore Wind Farm. Woo! And last but not least, but definitely right closest where I can tell him to shut up, not at all, Mike Hay, west of Orkney Wind Farm. Mike, up you come. Thank you so much. Now, I haven't met all of these people before. Some I do know, some I didn't. So I've got a little way of remembering you all. We've got Dounreay Dave, we've got Murphy Mark, we've got Restoration Roxanne, Ayr Ewan, yeah, doesn't really work so well, and wow, Mike, west of Orkney Wind. Yeah, he made that up himself. What I'd really like from each of you is, and we will just do it in order, we'll start with you, Dounreay Dave. Let us know a little bit about yourself and where you come from. No, but do still a bit. Your organisation, we know what Dounreay is, but just give us the headlines and where you're at right now. We'll go right along the line, we'll find out that from everybody, and then we'll talk about what it is that you're doing for young people, with young people. We've heard, obviously, some of that before, but we'll start with you, Dounreay Dave.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks for all the attendance here. It looks like a really bad before and after this, when you start with the apprentices and then the graduates. And,
I'm really sorry, guys. You can see your future ahead of you.
Yeah, so brief background, 36 years nuclear industry, born and bred Dumfries, worked in around Cumbria, Sellafield, North Wales, back up to Sellafield and then here. So now proud Caithness resident, bought a house in Thurso, which was hard work, but I'm in and sorted now.
Can I just say I'm really glad that you've done that, because not everybody who has led Dounreay has, and I think it's really appreciated that you have kind of moved and aren't travelling up on a weekday basis. And I think that goes for quite a lot of... Anyway, move on, carry it back to you. It's not about me.
So what was the rest of the question?
Just where are you? Where are you right now? I mean, it's 70 years since we got Dounreay, and there's all that big discussion about how much longer until decommissioning is finished. So, I mean, the figure seems to change all the time. Where are you in terms of that?
So, as you say, 70 years in, without getting into exact dates, we've got decades to go, and that's reality. And whether it's 30 years, 40 years, doesn't really make a lot of difference about what we're doing now. We're spending around about £225 million this year, and a big chunk of that goes into local community wages and local supply chain and local procurements, people living here. We're fortunate enough to have government funding settlement now will take us through to April 2030. And that will see the site spend at Dounreay gradually increasing. Now, aspiration is to get up to around about 270 million by then. That isn't just to spend money, that's to deliver the requirements of the programme that we've got ahead of us.
Of course, yeah.
So we're very much investing in capability and capacity on site and the physical capability to get into some of the longer term retrieval options. So that's direction of travel. So the big thing is we have a 5-year settlement as secure as that can be through NDA, DESNZ and ultimately UK government.
But presumably at the end of that 5 years, it can't just stop. You can't say, we've stopped decommissioning, we're not going to give you any more money, can everyone just go home and we're going to leave it as it is? Because that's not really the whole point of decommissioning, is it?
And absolutely, it's a benefit we have as a business. But the flip side of that is, you know, we get an awful lot of government money. We've got to demonstrate we are spending that efficiently, effectively. And like every government department, they're getting value for money. So there is scrutiny we've got to deliver much more frontline decommissioning, invest in the assets that we've got on site. They've got to last quite a while longer than assumed.
Yeah.
And while we're doing that, we've really got to invest in the youth to generate that workforce that we're going to need to carry on and complete the mission. Because we're government funded, you get in these 5-year cycles. So the best thing the site can do is demonstrate consistent value for money delivery when we get at the point where government do continued spend reviews again, and they see they're getting value for money and want to invest more in delivering the mission at Dounreay.
Brilliant. And of course you are, and I'm not blowing any smoke, you are world leading because you're further ahead in decommissioning than pretty well any other site. Is that right? So you're learning, you're doing what you're doing, but there's also a whole swathe of other sites learning from what you're doing.
I mean, there's a massive mixed nuclear decommissionings, everything from Magnox reactor sites, Dounreay experimental reactors, reprocessing facilities at Sellafield and globally. And in some areas, we are massively ahead of the game. We are developing tools, techniques, methodology and skills that are applicable elsewhere. Equally, we're not proud enough not to steal stuff from elsewhere when others have made progress in certain areas. And a lot of that sharing and knowledge and experience right across our industry, and some of that is attracting people from other bits of our industry to come up and work in Caithness and at Dounreay.
Brilliant, okay. And headline figures, how many folk have you got on site or working at Dounreay, as we commonly understand it?
Yeah, and so broadly 1,500, 1,600 in total with supply chain. I think another good number, especially when we talk about younger generation, we're peaking over 1,000 on site in a day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And that's really important because when we bring the young workforce in, they've got to have senior people there to learn from.
Yeah.
It's how most of us learn our trade. You sit next to people, you learn things, you hear things, you go and look at things. So getting out that post-COVID world of people sitting at home looking at their telly screens to actually get on site and get out and about and see things is really important. So key measure for me, we're hitting round about 1,000 that midweek through the gate on site to actually deliver the scope.
Fantastic. Okay, that gives us a really good idea of the scale of the operation. Mark, you're from Murphy.
Yep.
Relatively new name in these parts. Tell us what it is that Murphy do, what you do for Murphy, and what you're up to now.
Of course, thanks, Nikki. So, Mark Williams, Operations Manager for Murphy. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're newish to the area. It's a leading family UK infrastructure business. And we improve lives by building world-class infrastructure. We've been appointed by SSEN to support the development of transmission upgrade across this part of the world, from our Banniskirk site all the way down to Lochbuie, with the overhead lines in between. And it's an exciting time for us. You know, we're really much in this pre-delivery, I suppose, preparation phase, you know, and what that lets us do is when we first came to these events and came up here a couple of years ago, there were only 6 of us. Now we're over 100, and it's great to say at least 30 to 40% of those people are locally employed. We're starting to actually do things now, and it's great to see whether it's actually investing in our facilities, opening up new facilities up here, getting into schools, working with DYW, working with the third sector, engaging with SICA, Power and Future, so some great organisations out there. I think what I'm really getting from today is almost like a collaborative ambition from us all to deliver a lasting legacy. And I was sitting there earlier on, I think one part of this is the legacy, but it's creating the opportunity for the young people coming through about what we leave behind by getting ready for what we're going to deliver, because we've got fantastic opportunities up here while we're doing this to really impact some of the issues getting brought up today.
Brilliant, thank you very much, and we'll come on to some of those things in just a second. Roxanne, it's delightful to have you here. Tell us what it is that you're doing. You're UHI, you're peatland restoration, you're clearly enthusiastic about everything, but in your own words, there's no point me introducing you if you're here to do it yourself.
Yeah, so today I think I'm here really on behalf of the Flow Country Partnership, which is a charity that has been set up to manage the world's first and only peatland UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Flow Country. I think that's really important to mention that, because as far as peatlands are concerned, we truly are the centre of the world. And the Flow Country Partnership has been set up to deliver the management of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, but also to support new projects. And one of the projects that we've been involved a lot in the last couple of years has been a Green Finance Initiative. What that means is that we're now trying to deliver peatland restoration at scale in a way that brings benefit to people that deliver the restoration in the forms of carbon credit that they can get money from, but also in the form of a return to the communities in terms of potentially future investment that we can send back to the community to support the kind of issues that we've been talking about today. We've only been a charity for a bit less than 2 years, and we've already delivered 1,000 hectares of restoration. We've generated huge investment into the local areas in terms of skilled job, the digger, driver, operators, the people that map the restoration. We're a small organization. We have 4 posts at the moment, but we're looking to grow and expand. And I think that the peatland that we have in Caithness and Sutherland are a fabulous opportunity for future jobs. And these jobs are going to be across a whole range of sector. I think peatland restoration is a sector that is a sector for the future, where there might be opportunities for a whole lots of jobs for people to either stay here or come back here. And I'm an example of a person that's come here. I'm actually from Canada, and I've moved up here for the peatland and for the job, and I have my family here. I've got my house, my family, and I'm determined that in 5 years, I'm still going to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and bringing your family and for all your obvious enthusiasm. Let's have a little bit of context and perspective. You mentioned there 1,000 hectares of restoration already. In terms of what? I mean, how big is the Flow Country and how much of it is going to be restored or needs restoration?
That's a good question. So the Flow Country is 400,000 hectares.
So 400,000.
Yeah. Of that, half of it, or thereabouts, is the Flow Country World Heritage Site, which represents the best and most intact example of blanket bog ecosystem across the world. But it doesn't mean that it's intact everywhere, and there's approximately as big an opportunity in terms of peatland restoration, so hundreds of thousands of hectares that will need to be restored. There is currently, from the Scottish Government, a £250 million investment that's been made for restoring peatland up to 2030, and the target is to restore 250,000 hectares of peatland. The Flow Country is the biggest. We have the biggest opportunity to tap into that public funding and attract private finance to leverage it and increase the opportunity. So this is the right place. If anybody is interested in peatland, this is the right place to get a job
So there's
in
lots
Scotland.
to do.
Yes.
And there's lots of opportunity, and it's going to take a while, but there is funding for it, is bottom line.
I think
Yes.
I think it's going to take a while, and you know, another things that we've been doing through the Flow Country Partnership and with UHI has been trying to develop the pathways for the career, the training courses, and the skills that are needed, mapping those skills and trying to deliver the pathways to get there.
And let's come to that. Thank you very much. Ewan Walker, Project Director from Ayr Offshore Wind Farm. Tell us where Ayr Offshore Wind Farm, well, it's obviously offshore somewhere, but tell us where you are with it. What stage are you at? What kind of, give us the lowdown. The
Sure,
lowdown.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, Ewan Walker, Project Director. I've actually just joined the project team about 2 months ago. I've spent the last 3 years working on a project off Shetland called Arvin. So I'm actually just getting up to speed with the project and the team and the location as well. So this is just my second trip up to this part of the country.
Well, you're very
in the role.
welcome. You're very, very welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. The project itself was awarded in 2022 with a number of other projects as part of the Scotland Leasing Round, like West of Orkney as well. And those first few years involved setting up the project team, carrying out environmental surveys, including archaeology and ecology, birds, marine mammals, these sorts of things. And all that data feeds into environmental impact assessments, which are required for our planning applications. And for Ayr, we've just submitted, and there are 2 separate consenting processes, one onshore and one offshore. We just submitted an application in August to the Highland Council for our onshore grid connection works. So hopefully that will be determined in the first quarter, hopefully, first half anyway of next year, we'll see.
Derek Brown suddenly very interested in his shoes. Director of Planning's not here. Okay. Passing responsibility round the room.
And then offshore as well, we follow a different process with the Scottish ministers. So we're in the process of completing that application, which will be submitted in this year, hopefully. And that will probably take about a year to a year and a half to be determined.
And the scale of the ambition and the employment opportunities there, do you have that in your back pocket?
I mean, not in great detail, but the key phases, there's 3 real phases in the project. There's this, what we call a development phase, as we take it through this planning and feasibility. And that generally takes about 10 years, give or take. Some projects get delayed, some get fast-tracked, but it's normally thereabouts. It tends to be a relatively small group, or, a small team through that phase.
Yep.
And then you get into construction, hopefully, assuming your project actually comes to life. And that's the big question for all of us, is getting to that financial investment decision that was referred to earlier on. And we need a lot of things to line up to get to that point. But if you get to that, we then go into construction, and that's when there's thousands of jobs through in different parts in this part of the world, and actually all over the world as well. And then you go into the operational phase after several years of construction, and that's normally, for a project our size, you're talking about around about 100 directly employed jobs in an operation and maintenance base, like the one we have here in Wick for Beatrice. And that will then, those jobs will be there, around about 100 jobs for 30-ish years.
Brilliant. And finally, can I ask you just to point where exactly west of Orkney, should it all go ahead, you're actually going to be on that map behind you?
Yeah.
I mean, I can see Orkney, obviously, but, for me, west of it could be over here.
Well, that's west of Orkney, but we're Ayr, which is to the
You're
east of
Ayr,
Orkney.
sorry.
That's okay.
Wow. How did I get that so wrong? You see, I knew there was a reason for asking that question. Thank you very much. Wow. Over to you, Mike. Give us the headline of where you are, and you can point to the west of Orkney as well if you like. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Mike Hay. So I'm a strategy director, but I'm also board member on the West Orkney Wind Farm. I was actually brought up in Inverness and left maybe 30 years ago to go to university. It wasn't 30 years ago actually now, where I did my undergraduate dissertation on local opinion on wind farm development in the Highlands of Scotland.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And now we're developing the biggest project in the Highlands. So it kind of goes around. I mean, I've worked in offshore wind for 24 years now. And we originated this project back in 2017. Myself and Jack and another colleague had the concept which we took out to potential partners to fund. It's a big investment proposition. And we've since been working with both Total Energies and Macquarie on through their development vehicle, Corio, on the development of this project. So it's really exciting. It's exciting for us personally as a team because we're personally very invested in it, but it's really exciting for the local area and the opportunity that it brings to the local area, and that's, again, personally really exciting for us. In terms of the past 18 months since we last spoke at this conference, it's been an exciting time. We succeeded in securing our onshore consent on the 4th of June. Thanks very much to the North Planning Application Committee and the Highland Council for a robust debate and a successful outcome.
Thank you for the robust debate, he said through gritted teeth.
It was, and it's all part of the process, and it's a rigorous process, and it's helpful to go through it. It helps us sharpen up and make sure that we're delivering a project that's needed and wanted by the people up here as well.
Yeah, and that is incredibly important.
And then this year, on the 27th of June, we secured our offshore consent. So we're the most advanced project in the Scotland process, Scotland leasing round that Ewan mentioned. And the next stage, now that we've secured our development milestones, is to go through an auction to secure the subsidy, which will allow us to reach financial close and move into execution. And at that stage, that's when the project becomes real. That's when contracts become real, and that's when the job opportunities become real.
Yeah. So. And is there a timescale for that? I mean, there must be in your heads.
Yeah, I mean, we face a number of challenges in this geography, particularly around transmission charging, and I would say it's about 25 to 30% of the price of electricity that we produce. So we have to compete for subsidy through this auction process against projects in England that get paid to connect. So we're at a major disadvantage up here, and I would stress that anybody that has conversations with the national government needs to raise that and push that as hard as possible, because that really puts us at an issue, a challenge of securing a subsidy. That subsidy auction opens up every year. The first one's open up now, and it will close in the next few months, but it's every year. So if we don't win this year, then we're into next year, then we're into the year after, and we just keep going.
And that's not fair. I mean, I sound like a 5-year-old saying that's not fair, but it's just not fair, is it?
It's the worst. There's no other country in Europe does it as extremely as we do by geographical distance from demand. Places like Germany essentially socialize it, so you don't pay anything above, depending where you're located. But we have this system that was set up around trying to encourage gas generation closer to London, when you didn't have to pay to transport gas, but you actually, the tariff starts when you turn that gas into electricity, and they wanted to make that as short as possible. Unfortunately, you can't move the wind to London.
No.
So you've got to build the projects as where they are, and we're in the greatest resource in Britain and Europe, in fact, for wind, and it costs us the most to take it to the customer, unfortunately. But yeah, we're working on it.
Goodness, there's so much that you could say politically, but thankfully for everyone, there isn't the time. This is a panel discussion. We're talking about opportunity for young people. I have questions I could ask, and there are things, I do want to know. But what do you want to know? What do you want to know about what's worked well for these people in terms of apprenticeships and securing jobs, opportunities to keep and attract young people here? Because that's the thrust of the conference. If no one puts their hand up yet, I'm going to invite you, Mark, to talk about that.
Our young careers. So I suppose looking at our early careers, we've been here, 2 years? 19 early careers have joined us. And part of that's from all over the UK, from Murphy's perspective. We've also taken a Bernardo's placement through the scheme in Inverness that's worked out incredibly well. And I think, obviously, living and breathing this project up here, I know the benefits.
And you really had, because it was you that started it. And I remember you telling me that you started with a camping chair and an office and a laptop, and that was it. And you've grown from that to 100 folk.
It's been an amazing journey, and I think absolutely getting involved locally has been at the heart of everything we're doing. And taking it that step further, now we're moving into this doing phase that we almost accelerate that. The opportunities we have locally from here all the way down to our bottom office in Alness. We've got so much to offer young people coming through the education system to come and join us, whether it's through our graduate programs, apprenticeships, through the likes of Bernardo's or anything like that. We see that as the future. We're going to be here for that length of time. We can offer full-term apprenticeships. So it's really exciting for us to see that, because ultimately, part of the benefits that we look at across everything we're doing specifically is getting young people into our business.
And how are you reaching out to those young people? I mean, we've got some of them in the front row here, and they've said that what they are doing and where they're looking for these opportunities. Where are you meeting them where they're at? What are you trying? What's working?
Yeah, so for those who probably do know, we've got a great lady in our business called Nell. Nell's so active in the communities for us, right from primary schools, that STEM events, right through to colleges, and really starting to get that whole spread across the full education age range to engage with them at such an early age. And they're so, I mean, you saw it today with everyone who's speaking, they're so eager to learn more. And I think from our point of view, getting out into the communities, getting into the schools, and whether it's Nell and what we do from a social value perspective, we also run our Give and Back Day programs where we're going out into schools and actually as employees helping out in schools, doing some work in the playgrounds, and it's all great engagement to, I suppose there's part of this to raise our profile because nobody really knows who we are, but we're working on that, but getting engagement with young people who show an interest that want to come and work with us.
Yeah, that sounds incredibly fair. Can I just ask the two of our, I think two of our young people who were on the panel, you were not one of the young people on the panel, sorry. Sorry? You've got a question for Roxanne. I was just going to very quickly, can we have the microphone down the front, please? Derek's already got it. Can I just check, our young people who took part in our schools panel earlier, do you know of Murphy? Have you met Nell, who works for Murphy, and are aware of her at all? Is this anything? And just, if no, then say no, because this is all about just being honest. So Nell has been in, just for those of you who can't hear, Nell has been into the school, but is working with folk in younger years. Okay, that's great. Derek has a question for...
Three questions for Roxanne.
Three questions for Roxanne.
First of all, how do you keep looking so young? Second of all, given how young you look, are you sure you're not on the wrong panel? And third of all, in terms of the Flow Country, which is something that obviously I'm really keen to support, and obviously we do support, but the opportunities to build out the sort of scientific research around it seem to me to be massive. I just don't know that we're investing enough in it. And the second...
No,
correct.
We're not.
So I suppose the question is how and what do we need? And the third thing, I suppose, in terms of environmental tourism, so things like the Flow Country, where they've been successful internationally, I'm thinking South America, where there's major things like this, they've been hugely successful in drawing environmental ecotourism. How do we do that here?
These are all excellent questions. I'm not that young anymore, but I do a lot of exercise.
And you're out in fresh air a lot.
I thought I was on the previous panel, but I was wrong, so I think I'm on the right one now. Peatland Science, we have at the UHI, I lead the Peatland group, the Peatland Science group. I'm hosting at the end of this month a sold-out scientific conference, the 9th iteration of it, where we have representation from Iceland, Germany, France, Spain, and Ireland, as well as the rest of the UK. We really are the center of the peatland world. We are hugely successful with embedding our science into the practice, supporting the policy and the practice. But there's only one of me. I have a small team, and we need quite a lot more. And I think that if we can have conversation about how to do this, there's Debbie, there's Lydia, there's Stuart, and I'm happy to have a conversation. And I think, for me, this is all about working in partnership to secure the infrastructure we need to support the science, to make sure that people who come here can do the science, and then to turn that science into resources for the education, that we can bring that right back to the schools and make sure that young people don't necessarily just go out on the peatland on a day where it's actually really freezing. I was there, Brooke. But that they know the value of the peatland that's on their doorstep. So I think that's absolutely essential that we have these conversations. And I think that the science and the pathways that I was talking about, we need to do it now, because these are the jobs that we couldn't think about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's a huge, huge part of it. There are jobs that are coming online that we had no concept of. And how do you future-proof your businesses when you've got no idea of what it is that you're going to need? I don't know if you have an answer for that. I'm also very struck when Brooke said we didn't learn anything about the flow country, about the peatlands in geography at school. You kind of think, but then when I was at school, we learned English history, and I went to school in Stonehaven. The same school as Mark, but not at the same time. I'm not going to ask anyone to say who they think is younger. Questions. We're talking about young people. We're talking about apprenticeships. We know some of what you're doing at Doonray, Dave, from David. But what else? I mean, what are your hopes? What are your aspirations, Mike?
For apprenticeships?
Yeah.
Well, effectively, I mean, we've, as I said, explained before, we've gone through the early stage development phase in our project. So we planted a number of seeds as much as we can to try and help young people today understand the opportunity that's coming through in offshore wind, not just through our project, but throughout the country. We've invested in STEM, the STEM outreach program through UHI. We've invested in the Future Skills Apprenticeship Programme alongside.
That was one of the ones that Trudy was talking about earlier on today. You've made an investment which then helps support apprenticeships right across the region.
Exactly right, yeah. And it's just in the early stage where you can plant these seeds before the project becomes real, so that they can effectively grow when you've got the money to back them into something that's a bit more substantial. So, hopefully we'll be, in a position to be able to support more people, more young people to stay in Caithness. We'd be looking at, as you had mentioned, to employ 100 to 140 people in and around Scrabster Harbour is looking to be our operations base. And that's just direct employment in the operations of the project itself. There's all the indirect employment around that. And
all the supply chain
and
as
thousands
well.
of jobs on top of that when it comes to construction, both offshore and onshore through civils. We do lots of archaeology, all the way down the cable route, offshore and onshore. We employ a lot of archaeologists. We do lots of CAD work, lots of GIS work. Everything these guys were talking about, it's all in offshore wind. So, it's about trying to highlight and make these opportunities real to people so that they can stay here and make the most of them when they get to the right age.
And I'm just struck looking at, where you two on the sort of wind farm and the wind side of things, and you on the SSEN transmission constructing that infrastructure. You're so interdependent, aren't you? I mean, you need them to do their job, and they don't have a job to do unless you've got your job to all come up and make it happen. So there's.
And I think the one point on that, I think what is really inspiring is there's some great groups getting set up by the organisations up here to bring us together, because we can very much focus on what we're here to deliver, but the strength we'll have working collaboratively by coming together in working groups, looking at some of the challenges up here. The power that we'll have working together is far greater than us working independently from each other.
It's actually the benefit of an area like this where people know each other and things can get done quickly, so things get moved quickly, the right groups get set up. Trudy's done a great job of pulling things together for us. So as you say, there's a lot of time for us to speak together.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrific to hear. And I guess that's been the theme of today, that everyone coming together, working together. It's what the pods are all about. Let's get all of these things in the same. It's what you were talking about, Findlay. Why have we got all of these different buildings that are in public ownership, or when half of them are empty, or there's only 2 people where we could take 20, and let's get these closed down, get everyone working together, free up some of this space into housing, which is so well needed, and actually create hubs, pods, which are going to be for the good of the whole of the community. I think this is just really, I've learned a huge amount today from all of you. Thank you. We are getting perilously close to our deadline of 4 o'clock. We've got 4 minutes to go. I reckon we've got time maybe for 1 or 2 more questions. And if not, then I would thank our panel very much. Unless they have a quick question for each other. Unless any of you want to say anything that you've not said. David, we didn't talk to you about young people.
Yeah, I think just build on what Mark said. Not doing real sales pitch. We've been doing this a long time. What we can do now is help all the other agencies coming into this area to make sure they get best value for whatever we invest in, social impact funding, apprentices, trainees, whatever it is. So, we're going to be here a long time. We have been, and we just really want to use the expertise and knowledge we've got to help the other agencies coming into the area. And we're part of all those groups that we've talked about. So make the best use of that while we've got Doonray here.
Yeah, well, I did say earlier, Junrei, that sort of the 1950s gift to this part of the world that just keeps giving. And you are walking the walk, not just talking the talk, because this is what you know, this is what you've learned, this is your experience. And yeah, how can we help? How can we help? Thank you. Thank you all. Well, first of all, thank you to our panel, Dave and Mark and Roxanne and Ewan and Mike. I'm not going to stand here and thank all of our speakers and all of our panelists from throughout the day, because you know who you are, they know who they are, and you know as well the value that each and every person that has stood on this stage has brought to our conference today. We have been here since 10 o'clock. There have been so many words spoken from this stage and from the floor. Thank you to all of you for your questions, your comments, your contributions, for answering all those questions on the app as well. I think what I'm taking away from today is enormous optimism. I think this conference has always had optimism. It's always been a force for, let's get things done. If we all come together with commitment and action, we can make this better. But I think what I've heard more than any other year, and it's thanks to our two speakers who were here earlier, and Derek as well from High and Highland Council, it's not just this is what we would do if, it's this is what we are going to do, and here's the money with which we will do it. But we need everyone to pull together in order to succeed. There is ambition, there is drive, there is passion. And I'm really excited to see what is next for the North Highlands. Thank you to Mackay's Hotel for hosting us. Thanks to Story on Stage for making sure that everything could be seen and heard. Thank you to all of the Focus North team for all the massive amounts of hard work. DYW for pulling everything that they did together as well. To all of you for coming. I've had a brilliant day. And it's 15:59. Thank you. Thank you so much. Genuinely, thank you. Sorry, you didn't get to say an awful lot. Roxanne, I love your enthusiasm. So nice to see you again.